What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new episode of Pokemon Xenoverse, day 21 of finding this thing. I got 4 eggs in store, and you know, training the rest of these mons. You know, we're doing multitasking here. We're trying to hatch eggs, trying to get a shiny Eevee, and also trying to find ourselves a good old, vintage Eevee and stuff like that. And I should probably say straight off the bat that there was one account that I had that, like, hold on, let me see what the number was from yesterday, because this is the first time I went one over, and I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it was 1168 to 1169. I accidentally counted it twice because I was distracted. Like, I raised it up already, and then I was talking to somebody in chat, and then I raised it up again, not remembering that I already did it to begin with. So we are actually on -1. So that is 1215 is what we left off in. But yeah, for the most part, let me just also put my drafts thing in the thing. Just in case, let's go put this one right here. And yeah, Friday was really fun. That was like the first time I did a whole 10 hours in the thing, and that was an experience to say the least. But yeah, let's go ahead and do this thing right quick, and then put a second chat. And I already put the promotional stuff on the thing below. There was something else I was gonna mention, and that is pretty much like when it comes to the donations. We actually got our first donation like right after we ended the stream, I'm pretty sure. Thank you to Dallas. I don't know if you wish for me to say your name, but whoever Dallas is, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I literally gasped when I saw the thing, because I went over to get myself a soda and then about to eat, and I got home like 30 minutes later, and I was like and then like I was really hyped seeing the $25 that he donated in there, and that meant so much to me. So thank you so much. If you're gonna look at this back, whenever you stop by, just let me know if you wanted a shiny hysteric, the other shiny hysteric, or the shiny nose pass, unless you were just doing it to be generous. That really meant a lot to me. And it also pulled a really good question in my head, which I really don't know how to approach this, because I never really considered it, because I'm all like to myself, like, okay, if you want a shiny hysteric or and that's a crazy first encounter. It's a Bremen, a 1% mon to start this off. But yeah, it posed an interesting question, like, because if you wanted a shiny hysteric, shiny nose pass, or the other shiny hysteric, I mentioned before that, like, you know, if you wanted to do it, just say hi in the chat, and then let me know that you have Pokemon Xenoverse. And, like, you know, of course, like, the highest priority goes to the highest bidder and all that stuff. And I also mentioned that, like, if it's tied or whatever, most people claimed it or whatever, or even like a tie in the highest bidding would be drawn by a wheel or random number generator. And I thought to myself, like, after the whole donation thing happened, because that happened after the stream, and I thought to myself, well, shit, like, what if a person donates after it trying to claim the shiny mon? And, like, you know, especially like if it's on a Friday or something, and now there's the whole weekend that, like, nobody else has donated, like, what if that person wants it? I never really thought of it. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it's been 2 weeks. I feel like it would have been a more complicated question had there been more people doing this throughout the weeks. Then I'm not even sure anymore. Unless that person would be on the fence to be in contention for whatever shiny they're going for. Or maybe it rolls over for the other day. I'm not sure. That's if Dallas wanted the shiny mon. But I really don't know. It's an interesting question. You know, if a person's looking at this in the VOD, that might have a better answer for like this situation, as we got our first Eevee, then I'd be interested in hearing you guys out. But yeah, let's do the Thunderbolt Jolt or whatever. I don't know what the thing would be, but yeah, now we're back at 12:16. Everything's all good in the world. Today is, well, we're doing this on Labor Day first off, so this is why we call it the Labor Day Lookout. I don't know if anybody else is gonna be calling it that in the stream, like, cause now I'm thinking more. I don't know why. Ever since I just got like a lot more of a chat rate on Friday, that it makes me think about other potential YouTubers and streamers that may have the similar title. But I put Labor Day Lookout because, you know, it's supposed to be like a double meaning. It's like, oh, Labor Day Lookout, like, whoa, or whatever. But also, it's supposed to be like a lookout, like a search. Let's see here, 12:17 already. So it's not so bad. But that's the first time we ever, like, completely miscounted. But I think, I don't know, I feel like I would have followed more suit had I not been, like, you know, having fun talking in the chat. But, you know, that was really fun, like, and that's all really it takes, is just one person to just hop into the chat and just talk, and I honestly think it makes the whole difference in the world. Or else I'd be reading articles on movies and such, which more likely I'm going to be doing in a little bit anyway. But like with that, it just gives more of an incentive for other people to stay too, because, you know, they see them having fun. And then, like, I really think it's because there's like 2 other people watching the stream and, like, you know, watching me like play the game and also chatting with, you know, with the new buddy of mine and everything. And like, you know, they hear it out, and maybe that's the reason they did what they did. I don't know. But yeah, that's for the most part. But yeah, I'm tempted to open the packs and stuff. Hey, what's up, man? For real, for real. Yeah, welcome back to the stream and everything. Yeah, I was just explaining, like, the whole incentive thing. Are you still looking for Zygarde and all that stuff? You didn't miss much. I just ran into 2 Eevees, and like last stream, I noticed that because I skimmed through it and I realized that that I had miscounted and like did -1, but I just found 2 Eevees, so it's all good. I don't really like look back all the way. Took a break over the weekend. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. Were you gonna like go back to work this week, I suppose, because your Labor Day weekend's almost over? Because you mentioned that you'll probably be here just in the beginning or whatever. Let's see. But yeah, I don't know if it was you or if it was somebody else, but I actually got a donation, which was like $25 from a guy named Dallas. But that was pretty cool. Yeah, I can't stay up too late. It's all good. I imagine it was probably one of the lurkers though. But yeah, it was pretty cool of them to do it. They did it like after the stream. Like I didn't realize it till I got home, but I was pretty happy over it. And I'll keep trying to keep my eye on the chat as much as I can. The screen is still like overtaking the whole thing and everything. Let's see, yeah. That's good, yeah. I figured that like your name isn't Dallas because, you know, you're from Europe and there's not many Dallases outside of the United States that I imagine, so yeah. But I appreciate whoever Dallas is. I appreciate appreciate you very much, because it could be the one other person that's also watching the stream. Let's see here. Were you gonna continue the shiny hunt now or today? I mean, no, I'm from the States. I just move around for work. Oh, you are from the States. Oh, okay. Are you outside of the States now though currently? Because he said it was like before it was like 1 a.m. when it was like 3 p.m. over here. Yeah, I currently live in Europe. Oh. Do you know how long you're gonna be living there for? Or is it because mostly like your job and project and stuff that they have like a certain time frame? Or is that just where like you decide to move at, or you know, because of your job or something? About 31-ish years. So you mean more so that you were born in the States and then moved here, moved to Europe for a long time? I didn't realize you lived there for more than 30 years or something. Because I was born in a different city than the one I've been grown up in, pretty much. So I don't know if it was that sort of thing, like, you know, because I moved to the city I live in now when I was pretty young. You read it wrong. I'm going to be here for 3-ish years. Oh, I thought that was 31. Okay, 3-ish. Yeah, okay. I was like, damn, 31-ish years. That does make more sense. Okay. But yeah, I imagine it's because of the because of whatever job project that you have or something like that. But that's pretty cool that your job does that. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even sure what I'm gonna do after the fact. Lived in the States the most of my life. I just work in a place that has me shuffling around every 2 years or so. Oh, I gotcha. Do you at least go to the States on holidays or something? Or like whenever they, you know, give you a more longer of a break or something? Oh, once a year to this event. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't even remember the last time family visited me. It might have been like they were supposed to show up for Easter, basically, but something came up. But I don't remember the last time. It might have been like a. They probably. I think because it was like a family reunion and they weren't gonna show up or something like that, but then they did it as a surprise anyway. I'm pretty sure that was around Thanksgiving time. 1218. And actually, yeah, I remember that one of my family members was gonna like try to buy a bird. So that's all they went to the city for instead of visiting us. But we like stopped by to say hi anyway. Because that was like a family member's idea of mine. Like they knew that we were gonna be there, but you know, that's all they showed up for is just to buy a bird. So, I mean, it was cool. It was like a parakeet. Yeah, this 1% mon was like, it was literally the first encounter I did since I started this, pretty much. Also, I was a bit concerned, like, over the weekend I saw in a post, and it was literally the same day actually, like on Friday. Nice. Yeah, that, there was somebody that coincidentally put like broken encounters when it comes to the vintage mons in like Reddit, and then I looked into it and I wasn't sure if they just saw it from like my stream or anything. But then they were talking about something completely else, because I guess there's like a DLC part in this game that was like limited time called like the Pink Path, and I thought that like, you know, I figured that I might as well like ask. I'm all like, wait, hold up, wait, is Eevee still available? That would be wild, yeah. But yeah, no, it was just like a limited time thing where like you could get more vintage mons, and certain mons were only available in the Pink Path. But I don't think it's I don't think Eevee's included in that thing, since like you could find Eevee in the wild. I think they mean like different vintage mons, because I asked them and they're like, yeah, I don't think the game is like that. I suppose they like removed the pink grass stuff. That's like, I'm not even in that part of the game yet, to where that DLC thing was available. But I was worried about it. I'm like, oh shit, I don't know if this person's just asking and according to me, because they see me posting this, they're like, wait, is this even working? Because I've been posting on that Reddit page to promote the stream. And yeah, I was a bit worried about that, but I'm pretty sure I'm still good. At least I hope so, because if I spend more than like 100 hours for no reason, I'd be very disappointed. Because the mystery gift used to be available. That's the whole reason I'm doing this as well, is because like I would have got it as a mystery gift mon because of the whole Nuzlocke thing. Because I do it every time I win a gym battle. I do like a mystery gift prize, because there's so many mystery gifts and I don't want to just get them from like the very first gym when I had it, or like before the first gym, I mean, because it's like more than 10 mons available or something like that. But there's certain Pokemon not available anymore through mystery gift, because I know that there's a Pokemon named Masco, which you might have seen in the PC. He had like the Charmander face. He's like a variation of the Masco, except that's the fire type one. Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can find it in the Pokédex of what I'm talking about. Because the regular Masco is yellow. Yeah, this one. This is Masco, but that's his Charmander form. That's the one I have. I keep pressing the wrong fucking shit. I hate it. Okay. So this is the camera version. This is the Charmander version. There's Heracross, Beedrill, Steelix, and basically the premise is that, like, you know, it's supposed to be a mascot. The regular one's yellow, which apparently I didn't see yet, which is like the sound type one, but that's basically what he is. But he's available through mystery gift. But well, I say that, but the whole reason I'm bringing him up is because he actually isn't in mystery gift anymore. because I tried to claim him very early on. But yeah, that was the whole thing with him. So yeah, he has like all the represented types, and in this game there's also sound type as well. Let's see here. Hysteric. I wish they did a Mimikyu. Oh yeah, version. Yeah, I thought they were gonna go in that direction, because like there is a couple unique ideas that they easily could do, because there's a lot of Pokemon that basically have like bobbleheads, like Meowth, and I don't know, pretty much all the Pokemon, Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, like all these could be easily done. Eevee, Zorua. Because Mimikyu would be, because it's already very popular. It would be even more popular had they had like all the other Mimikyu forms too. I don't know how you would switch their coughs or whatnot, but it'd be interesting. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Alan? Pretty good. Let's see here. Hope your day's okay, Alan. It's gonna take me a while to find this thing, I swear. I'm still ongoing and everything. Alan, let me know if you have Pokemon Xenoverse, because you could claim yourself one of the 3 shinies, whether Shiny Hysteric, Shiny Nosepass, or the other Shiny Hysteric. If you were interested, let me know, and then by the end of the stream, which I haven't really decided when that will be, but I could be able to trade it to you, pretty much. Let's see here. Oh well, thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. Also, if you don't know what a Shiny Hysteric is, I'll show it that in a little bit too, because I know not everybody knows about the Fakemon in this game, but I mean, I know you know Shiny Nosepass at least. How long have you been playing on YouTube? Just in general, or you mean like in the stream? Because in the stream has been 30 minutes. If you mean in general, probably 12 years almost. Yeah, something like that in general. Yeah, like 12 years or so, I would say, like 2013. Oh, that's a long time, impressive. Yeah, no, I've been at this for a while. Yeah, the traffic with me and YouTube, I don't know, they just really, it feels like I'm like shadow banned or something. Are you also on Twitch? I had a Twitch before, but like with the whole Yahoo blacklist thing, it's like I don't really have access to my Twitch anymore. But yeah, that's for the most part. Yeah, and in case you don't know about the whole Yahoo blacklist thing, like I guess like the whole black market fiasco that they started selling email addresses up of there. So yeah, I'm pretty sure mine was sold or whatever. I think, I don't know. I don't have access to that Yahoo anymore. But yeah, that's for the most part. Whack, yeah. Yeah, cause I tried to get my account back not that long ago, like 2 years ago or so, but like a fucking bot answers the Twitch, and they're like, oh, your thing doesn't match. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you could easily find out that that's my voice if you just look at the bot. May I tell you something about myself? Are you a graphic designer? Because if so, then I'm doing a fundraiser because I'm broke. Not, yeah. Let's see here. Bremen. Yeah, man. Yeah, I figured. No, I came across a few other people that also are graphic designers, but yeah, nah, I'm quite literally broke, so I'm not gonna be able to purchase anything. Yeah, which is why I'm doing the fundraiser for myself. It's just to pay off bills and such. Make all streams style like TV, logo, banner, overlay, PFP screens, etc. Yeah. It's a hysteric, by the way, in case you probably weren't interested in the shiny hysteric, but yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, you call this ScarKnight. Yeah. No, I saw it come in a mile away. No, the moment that he said that, like, oh, could I tell you something about myself, or could I ask you something, it's kind of the same route. So, yeah, I had a feeling. Now, the other person that I was telling you about, like, told 19 by the way, had like reached out to me again or whatever, like the person that said $160 for whatever the fuck he was selling. He messaged me saying like, oh, did you check out the portfolio? And at the time, like when I was telling him that I was broke and doing this, I was looking already at his portfolio and I wasn't even halfway finished yet, you know? And yeah, like they took off because I doubled down on the fact that I was broke, and I wasn't even finished with the portfolio. So like when he asked me, oh, did you finish looking at it? I'm like, yeah, I mean, you left early before I even finished looking at it. And I forgot what else I put, but yeah, and no, I was going like, I mean, I don't know, I just found it pointless that, like, you know, for me telling you that I'm broke, and then you're double down on it, saying, you know, like, oh, I'm budget friendly, and like, you know, we'll do it $160. It's like, you know, you telling me this isn't gonna change my mind and make me magically spawn in money. I don't remember what number I'm at. I think it's 91? No, but yeah, it's that type of thing that, like, I don't know, that, like, even if I had money, it's just like, I don't know, it just feels weird that, like, I don't know, it feels weird to me to work with somebody like that clearly is only interested in the business of it, and then bounce the moment that you can't, you know? Just like right now, it's like the person left. It's all like, I mean, that's all they're really interested in. They're not really interested into helping me or anything like that. Hopefully I spelled it right. Yeah, no, 90, 91. Oh, I spelled it differently. No, it's all good. This Eevee is adaptability, special defense up, attack is down, strong-willed. But yeah, I don't know. I'd rather have a person that, like, you know, genuinely rather help me because they believe in me, or friends with me or something like that, not somebody that just wants the quickest money check. Yeah, everyone's also struggling these days, so it doesn't help. Yeah, that's true. 4 bags, okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, it feels, I don't know. It feels rather weird, like the whole thing. But I guess that multiple graphic designers do that thing is just hop on all the streams and such. And it's gotta happen again in a few days, I imagine. Like somebody else will go like, oh hi, I'm like, well hey, how's it going? And then like, you know, the moment that they'll bring up, it's like, could I ask you a question? Could I tell you about myself? Or could I say something that you'd be interested in, you know? Yeah. I've known several artists and they definitely struggle to get work. Yeah, I came across a few of them. It's a hard business to be in, because like, you know, it's they really have to like stand out to get noticed and stuff. There was a few artists that I commissioned in the past because of how much they stand out, and like, you know, I could tell that they're passionate in their project and stuff, and I thought that would benefit me and also benefit them. Because that artist actually ended up like creating a cover for the game after the fact. Like, I forgot what the game is called, but like, I mean, that's how good she was. Because her name's Coriori Dondo. She was very good at what she did. Cause she did like certain drawings that had very good lighting, and I don't know. She even like teaches classes and artistry and stuff like that. For other artists, like, you know, I gave a chance to, but sometimes it, like, I don't know. It just depends on who or whatever. But sometimes they kind of fail in, like, not to say it in a fucked up way, but I don't know. There's like certain directions. It's just harder to come across people. Like, there's a couple of artists in the past that took 6 months to finish the project, or not even get started in the project, for example. So they fail in the direction, and it turns out that they see me as the problem, where I'm all like, well, it doesn't take 6 months to do this, but I guess they look at me as the bad guy or whatever, because I'm all like, you know, upset about it, because, you know, I feel ripped off when I pay something and I don't get it in half a year. And then like once I do get it, it's not like what I really specified on, because there's some details that were off, and I'm all like, well, maybe it would have been more accurate 6 months ago. I don't know. It was something like that, 6 to 8 months. And I understand that they got like life going on and stuff like that, but like, I don't know, 1220. Level 44. Yeah, cause even the main ScarKnight and the banner, that one had to be edited. And like, yeah, that was just one case. The other case is like, I don't know, it's different and such. It depends on the commission and workload and artists, and any professional craftsman knows their timelines. Yeah, that for sure. Yeah, and it gets pretty hard and stuff. I try to pick carefully. I can't just choose anybody and stuff. Like, even the I had the starting soon screen, and that was from like a different person, and I almost feel like they just grabbed that from a different source, and it wasn't really theirs. I have a feeling, I don't know, because I looked back on it and it said like the words copyright free graphic overlay, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm pretty sure they just put that together super fast and then just claimed that it's theirs. I really hope it's not the case, but like when I digged into the files of the graphic overlay used, that's what it said. I really doubt that's what they titled it, but I hope it isn't the case. But yeah. Yeah, over the weekend I actually ended up watching the Thunderbolts. I don't know if you've seen that movie or not. Ditto. I also watched the pay-per-view on the weekend as well, and I'm trying to like binge watch Twisted Metal. I had some guy in my office watching it. Oh shit. While at work or just like in their off time. Yeah, cause it was available on Disney Plus like earlier in the week or something like that. Like I wish I could watch it like in the movie theater, but you know, since I'm pretty down bad, I hadn't been in the movie theater in like I don't even know how long. I think I was there in May because like my relative won movie tickets, so I didn't have to pay for that because we watched Karate Kid Legends. So that was like back in May. But before that, like the last time I went to a movie theater, I don't even remember. It probably was like more than a year ago. Yeah, we have a chill workspace and we'll stream stuff in an open TV. Man, it sounds cool enough. Like the jobs that I like worked at, like there's like no time for breaks and stuff. Like there was one particular job that everybody would work, and then there's like the engineers that had worked there. They had like their own space, and they would like deadass, they would play like Nintendo Switch on the side and in their spot because they're just waiting around till like other machines would break, and then that's when the engineers would start working. It's like when they're called upon, but when there's nothing going on, the engineers would like do whatever. So yeah, pretty much my job. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's but for the internet. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So it's like almost like a maintenance thing in a way. Maintenance engineer. Yeah, I had several jobs. There was one that there was one, I don't know if it's considered a warehouse job. It was, if anything, it was kind of more so a chemical plant. Like I didn't like that job for shit. There's like these gigantic tubes where the material that was being made, for some reason, it's like a literal pipe, and it's so hard to like grab that my hand gets to its limit on like trying to grab this whole thing, and it's just, I don't know, that shit was way too difficult. Like they couldn't have made it any easier just for it to like have some grip. Like to my limits of my hand is just completely extended just to get a good like firm grasp on it. I don't know how to explain it because I know how hard it could be to explain it to somebody. My office is charge of sites in an area. We can get phone calls after work. Oh. Hold on. But yeah, I only stayed in that chemical plant job for like 2 weeks. I'm like, nah, fuck this. I can't do this every day. And it was like literally cancerous. And I'm not saying like, oh, it was a toxic environment because the people are toxicity behavior. No, I mean like it's quite literally cancerous. Like it'll give you cancer. So yeah, we had to be in suits and shit, and it was not good. And I felt bad because like the boss had just hired me the 2 weeks before, and this was like I don't even remember what year it was. It might have been like 2021. 2021, 2020. So we had to wear masks anyway around that time still, because I remember wearing a mask for the interview. But yeah, no, I had to leave that job within 2 weeks. Because besides that, it was really far to hold. It's hold 21. Level 50. Okay, 2 more levels for Gorochu over here. Okay, nice, another Eevee. Has been more Eevees than the entire time I watched yesterday. I mean, yesterday or Friday. Friday was that it was a new record. I didn't keep track how many of there are there, but I don't know. It's just a coincidence. 1222. We broke over 100 last time because we started at like 1,094. And then we ended up at 1215, so whatever the math is there. So that's like 111, isn't it? 110? I can't do math. 1094, 110, 20, 120, no? 121? So that's the new record, but that's upon 10 hours, because usually I average between like 55 EVs per day. On a bad day, it'd be like anything less than that to like 40. My worst one's 39, but like I said, it's because I stopped early. But we are finding more EVs, I don't know why. 1223. So that's interesting enough. I don't think we're gonna break that record anytime soon unless I do another 10-hour stream, but had I stopped it at 5 hours, then it would have been like, you know, if it is truly 121, like, I don't know. I remember the 5-hour mark, there was barely 50 of them. But I guess we found 70 more on the other half. But like the average would have been like 60, so it wouldn't have broke the record on like the best day we had, because the previous record of finding the most EVs was like 79, which is pretty good considering. I don't remember it being that much. I remember day 2 being a lot of EVs, day 2 and day 3. I don't remember how many I did in day 3 though, like how many hours. It might have been like 6 hours stream, 7 hours, something like that. Something like that. Also, I put Mega Hawlucha on the thumbnail. I just figured why not. 1% Bremen right here. But like, it's not the exact Mega Hawlucha that like is displayed on the thing, because the talons and the boots are different. It's just something I got off of Reddit, and I give him credit in the description. But he's wearing boots, black boots and black gloves, but in his regular form it doesn't have that. It's just straight up yellow in the boots area, and the talons is red. But I figured since I put Hawlucha on Friday, I might as well put him on, you know, it's like a timestamp Hawlucha, I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in case though, if I do find like a different shiny or something like that, then like I'll replace the thumbnail and save it for tomorrow. But for today, Mega Hawlucha will be the thing. I really have no idea what I'm gonna put on the thumbnail for the next episodes, to be honest with you. Because I'm slowly and surely running out of ideas to put in thumbnails. What do you think of it? The Hawlucha? The Mega Hawlucha? It's okay. I mean, I like it for the most part. I mean, I think it could have been bigger in my opinion. Like a lot taller or something. Because it's a lot more bulkier. And maybe a different style of mask would have been more appropriate from it, because it's still very similar. It's just black and gold though. But yeah, I mean, I like it for the most part. It reminds me of Ramses from like Nacho Libre, and yeah, the Mega Dragonite is okay. Like, I don't mind it. I think a lot of people's fan art of it, like a lot of people been saying that their fan-made Dragonite's better than the one Pokemon has, but I mean, it's fine either way. As I said before, like, I wish, hopefully in Mega Dragonite they make it blue, because if not, that's a missed opportunity. I thought some people's analysis, it was interesting, mostly since it was so different from the in-game render. Oh, really? Oh. I haven't really looked into anybody's Zell's analysis or you know, coverage videos to see what they had to say about it. That's just kind of my take on it. Like, I really do like Mega Hawlucha, but I don't know, that's my whole thing. And for Mega Victory Bell, I would have made them differently, personally. But I guess they had to make, like, you know, like, cause, you know, they made certain Pokemon a lot, like, fatter. I'm trying to remember which one that they made a Mega Evolution that was, like, quite literally fat. Super sparkly in the trailer versus in the game, it's flat. Oh. I think it's mostly, well, you know, with the trailers, they'll make it extra sparkly. I don't know in the trailer if they would, or in the in-game. I haven't really seen too much in-game stuff besides like the trailers that were available. It would be cool though if, like, in-game, that the mass sparkles or some shit like that. But it's probably just, like, you know, normalized. I keep coming across, like, on my feed that, like, other people keep making other mega forms like Arbok and shit like that and make it a Poise Ghost type. I think they showed it in the trailer. Yeah, just not too closely. Yeah, I have a feeling I know what you're talking about, because I feel like, I think I noticed that too, a little bit. Like, it didn't cross my mind or anything like that, but I mean, I don't know, I figured that the trailer would make it more specialized looking. Since there's like a whole spotlight on it and it's zoomed in, and then, you know, they'll make it look more magnificent, I suppose. In game, it would just be like, you know, basic renders, basically, you know, like the standard for everything. Like, you know, in the trailer, Rattata would look better, but like in game, you know, it would look pretty standard. Every time I look at Coin and Gorochu, they for sure look like that they would make a good Pokemon match. I'm not complaining too hard, it's just weird that they didn't make it more similar at all. Yeah. I don't know what other Megas there would be. You mentioned that there would be for sure a Mega Flygon. And I forget what else. I mentioned the Mega Shinx. They have the technology SpongeBob. Like the style of it, or you just mean like or is that the computer SpongeBob joke? We got technology, like that one. And I hit it with the computer, like that one. Yeah, okay, I figured. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to be the Patrick quote or something. We're not cavemen, we got technology. Yeah, I mean, I remember when Sword and Shield kept getting shit on for like the graphics and stuff, and I was one of the few people that defended it. I actually like the Sword and Shield graphics. Like, I know some aren't perfect and all that stuff, because people kept like belittling it for the smallest shit, like looking at the trees and shit. I'm like, bro, why would you? Who cares about the trees? Just play the game. Like, if the story's bad, that's what really matters to me. If the story was bad, then I you know, obviously I wouldn't like the game as much. Like, I played games in all kinds of graphics. There's even games that I would consider that have bad graphics, but I consider good games and shit like that. Or games that I had fun with, or like very primitive, you know, 8-bit style and stuff. Like, I had games that was basic as hell before, like, you know, Mr. Game & Watch, and I had fun with those. But yeah, I think I had a rough story. Yeah, like the games that I didn't, I wasn't too like a fan of was like, I mean, Sun and Moon. I think Ultra Sun and Moon has like a better story at the end, but for the most part, I'm not like the biggest fan of the Sun and Moon storyline. Sword and Shield, I kind of like it, only because like the rivals actually, I don't know. There's a few things. I don't really care for like the secret storyline that led up to, you know, the finals or whatever. But like, I kind of like the rival companion storyline aspect of it. I really don't really care for Beat all that much, but like, you know, Marnie and Hop more so. For Scarlet and Violet, from what I've gathered, that, you know, I'm not the biggest fan so far. I haven't played the whole game, but I eventually will. But it never really pulled me, and so I don't know. Not really the best Scarlet and Violet fan over here. Eventually, like I said, I'll play it, but from the story I gathered, and I have read spoilers too, that I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Yeah, that's why I don't know, I played like quite a bit of, well, I mean, for the most part, just other games recently with fan-made and ROM hacks like Pokemon Prism and Xenoverse, because I like how they presented their stories. Even though they're not canon, I like to think that they are. SV is also iffy. Some people die hard on defending it. I think the gyms in Elite Four are terrible. Yeah. Like I said, I went to the wrong gym leader when I first started. Like, I thought that they would scale up at first. Like, in my head, I'm like, oh, you could go anywhere, so I could go to the 8th gym right now. Nope, I would have got my ass kicked had I went to the 8th gym leader first. I didn't think that they, I don't know, I thought that when they said open world and you could go anywhere, that they quite literally meant that you could go anywhere in the gyms. I went to the 4th gym and got my ass kicked by accident, thinking that's my 2nd gym. But yeah, it would have been cool if they level scaled up, or like different teams depending on what part in the game you are, or something. Or had like, you know, a trainer guy go like, oh, be sure, like, these Pokemon are level 20, you sure you want to go in battle? And you go like, yeah bro, alright. Or something. Or like, oh, this is the 8th gym, okay. Like, even if it's level scaled up, like, to visit the gym leaders or something, like, that it will tell you what they'll level up to next, or something like that. Because I was in for a surprise. I don't even remember the water type gym leader's name. I forget his name. But yeah, fighting against him was a nightmare. I think something that would have helped the game is a lot of making quests more relevant, since there's so many unique areas that have no lore or explanation. Yeah. I'm still not even familiar with everything. There's some. Well, I mean, like, what's one example that you could think of at the top of your head? Because I barely even visited all the areas thus far. Like, I remember running into ruins, and I don't remember there being any backstory. But that's probably because I'm still in the beginning of the game. Well, I say that, but it was like I'm like about 3 gyms and something like that. I'll pick it up eventually. Not sure if you're familiar with getting Arceus and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Oh yeah. With the Azure Flute and stuff. I mean, for the most part, I know in Platinum it's the Azure Flute, and like in the side of Victory Road, there's like a spot to do it on. I know that you could do it on Heart Gold and Soul Silver too, I just don't know where exactly. If I had a guess, maybe Mount Silver or something. He has sort of a known, like, magic circle. Yeah. I know that they got like a... There's an event that you could just create a Dialga, Palkia, or a Giratina with that event. I've seen videos of it, but it's been a long time. That is part of his animation upon encounter. Oh. Okay, that's pretty neat. This is SV Area 0 for some reason. Oh. They just have one? That's weird. Well. Oh, we got another egg. It's on the ground in a cave. Oh shit. Maybe it's implied that, like, it's tricky to get to as well. No. Maybe it's implied that something more is what created that crater or whatever. Because I kept on speculating that when the ScarKnight videos were coming out or whatever. Because my speculation at first, because I know they probably did answer the question, you know, when you're playing the game. I hadn't gotten that far into it, but I always kind of assumed that the ultimate weapon is what caused that hole to be made, and it's okay to spoil it for me if, like, it's not the case, because it's probably not true, but that's what I figured in my head. It's a neutral nature. Adaptability, ability, hates to lose. Okay. Hold on, let me get this egg. I'll get to your chat in a second. Okay, let's go fly here. But yeah, like X and Y, since they did the ultimate weapon, that they fired it, and the whole cave-in thing happened within the Scarlet and Violet or something. Alright, let me take a look at it. I think it's the second DLC has way more places that are even named but have no in-game interaction. The second DLC explains how Area 0 games to be. I see why you think that though. Yeah. No, that was my first thought, like, because when I was speculating and stuff like that and covering all the Pokemon and such, and like at first I thought that like, for example, like Clavel or something, I thought Clavel was evil team leader at first, and I know that he's not now. But it made sense to me at the time that he's like, oh, he's using the students to get the secret treasure for him and shit. And then all the students that were in Team Star, because all Team Star is really students that are like, didn't finish or didn't graduate or whatever the fuck. But like, I thought like Clavel used them to get the treasure, or even just naive students to do it for him. and then he was gonna be revealed. He'd be like, ah, I've been to the evil genius all along, and then like just hopes that that one student was smart enough to, like, you know, figure out that where the treasure actually is. Yeah, it was pretty corny. I just think it's dumber to have Penny as the leader. Like when I read it, I'm like, what the fuck? Like I knew Penny was part of Team Star. I didn't think she was the outright leader of the whole group. You know what I mean? Because okay, well, what I thought in my head too was like the girl that has like the fire team and Team Star. I thought that was Penny for a bit, because like if Penny like put her makeup up and did her hair, she would look just like her, in my opinion. Like if she just took off her glasses and stuff. What do you mean? It was Cassiopeia. Yeah, wasn't Cassiopeia Penny or some shit like that? That's what I mean, unless I misread it. I don't know. It was something like that. Yeah. But initially that's what I thought in my head. Like I knew Penny has some ties with Team Star because of how she interacted with the guy or whatever. But she never acknowledges it. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like they in my opinion, I don't think they approached it right at all. But yeah, that's what I initially thought in my head, is that the Clavel was gonna be the evil team leader, but it turned out not. He's just a principal, I guess, or whatever, the headmaster. But that is it though, right? Cassiopeia, like it's Penny but as the leader or whatever. SP Plus quite bizarre. Yeah. And like when I was reading all the articles, the main champion, the top champion Gita, like when reading about other stuff about their opinion on Gita, it doesn't seem like nobody likes Gita. Like the first gym leader, the bug type gym leader, doesn't like her that much. Cassiopeia equals Penny. Yeah, depending on the order you completed, the story's goofy. Oh. Well shit, man. I don't think they thought this through then. If like the order out of whack would be. Yeah, I don't know. If it turns out that depending on how fucked up the order could be with like, I don't know what my question is, but I feel like you guys know what I'm trying to say here. How bizarre the story could be, like depending on the order which you go. Like, what's the worst order to go to for like these stories, I suppose. I guess would be the question. Bremen. I don't even remember what I was gonna prioritize. I think I only did like the Fire Cheddar Squad shit once, and then I was 3 gym leaders in, and I didn't even touch the Arvin storyline yet. They tried to make it so the order doesn't matter too much, but they made it so each one is independent. Oh, I thought for a second like well, I mean more so like, okay, so if you were to beat the game but the order, since it's like independent and stuff, like what would be the goofiest result, I guess? Just like failed because no one of them is actually a reason to hurry. Oh, well shit. Which one of that needs to be like more of an urgent matter then? Unless it's probably the Arvin one. Because I think Arvin Wasn't there something up with him? I read something pertaining to that. I already forgot. Like I literally, you can't go into Area Zero without doing all 3 main quests. Oh, okay. Urban dog is dying. Yeah. There was something else with Arvin. Didn't he turn out like not really evil per se, but he kept on. I don't know though. I'm trying to remember from like what I read. Didn't Arvin do it for like slightly bad intentions or some shit like that? I don't remember what it was. He's a very important character because he was the professor's child. Yeah. I had a feeling he was somebody's son. But yeah, I guess depending on the game that you choose, he's the son of those two. And that both of them are like AI based and they both died or some shit like that. Realistically, it gets you into the Area Zero. Yeah. I think I even accidentally, like a while ago, looked into like a thumbnail about the whole AI thing, and that threw me off. I'm like, wow. And then I didn't think anything by it, and I forgot it for a long time. And then I read about it recently. 1225 though. We got 10. Wait, 10? No. Yeah, 10. It's been only 10 Eevees? Feels like there's been more. I think your legendary companion canonically accidentally kills his parents when it appears, which is why Arvin hates him. Accidentally kills his parents. How so? Cause he like leaves them behind or some shit like that. I'm spotty on my memory right now on like the articles I looked into. I thought they like died a long time ago or some shit. It's a different storyline for sure, I would say. It had to do with the machine that they used, the professor you talked to, and it's an AI robot. Because they also like are involved with the Paradox machine, right? That's how they got like the Paradox Pokemon out or whatever. It's like a time machine per se, and like the AI took over its body or some shit. Kind of a Terminator situation, but not really. Because I don't think the Terminators, well, they kind of just replace the person just by copying them, but they don't go into a human or anything like that. But it's the closest example I could think of. Actually, they don't copy a person, they just copy their clothes. Well, no, they just wear their clothes. Never mind. Let's see here. I had to do with the machine. Oh, never mind. I already talked to it. I thought you put a new chat. My bad. Not sure if you watched Steingate, but it was kind of like that, but they sent Pokeballs into the past to bring mons to the future or past. What Pokemon from the past did they use to catch these things? Or was it just Koraidon and Miraidon? Well, no, weren't they both implied that Koraidon's from the past and Miraidon's from the future? And like Cyclozar's the standard today or whatever? Which is kind of bullshit the more you think about it. Why do we in current time have like the shit end of the stick with Cyclozar? Like why we got the legendary Pokemon in the past and then in the future. But you know, either way. It's like a vast canyon in the slope of his potential. It's like a basketball player. He did good in the beginning, but today he's doing garbage at his worst. And then in the future he does it good again. He just has like a slump. They are paradoxes. They don't technically exist if I understood it right. Yeah, I figured that it was something like that. I remember looking into the lizards of what it's based on. It's pretty interesting. They got like this little spike coming out instead of the wheel. So it's kind of a clever way of making that Pokemon legendary. I don't think it's BS that you can't breathe them. Oh. Cyclozar can't be bred? Or just like the legendaries? Paradox Pokemon. Okay. That makes sense. That would throw a lot of things off for sure. I still think they should have made a Miss Magius like Paradox instead of just keeping it Misdreavus. Like I know Misdreavus is super strong right now and like it's been very well used and competitive, and I think I don't know if it won a championship, it might have, but like I know that, I don't know if you saw the Luxon and Noggin and like Terminal Montage, or if you watched both of them or anything like that, but they got an animation with like Paradox Battle Royale and all that stuff. Like especially all their Battle Royale stuff, they're pretty interesting to watch. They even had a baby Battle Royale. It was up there for at least a bit. Yeah. But Fluttermane does really well. Wasn't it Fire Fairy type or Ghost Fairy type? Some shit like that. I don't remember what type it is. Paradox like Miss Magius would be insane though if like Fluttermane holds that regard. At least a quarter of the Paradoxes are banned in tourneys. Oh shit. There's some when I looked into them and read them that that I found interesting, like Roaring Moon for Salamence. When I read into it, it's supposed to be a paradox of a Mega Salamence and not just a regular one. And I found that interesting. And I forget what was the other one. But there's like another Mega form. I think like the Iron Valiant for like Gardevoir and Gallade was supposed to be like the Mega versions of the variant too, rather than just the Gardevoir or the Gallade. Past Paradox are pretty good shinies. Yeah. Is there a method with trying to find a shiny Paradox Pokemon, or is it just pretty straightforward? You just run into it until you run into it. And I got Thunderbolts. 1227. sure it would have took me like, I don't even know. I feel like had I started grinding from the beginning of all this, I would have been finished grinding by now because it's already over 100 hours, it feels. Most people either get a shiny type sandwich and make sense with their hunt, or the type of counter boost sandwich with same idea. Oh yeah, I forgot that the sandwich is a factor in shiny hunting nowadays. Not too hard, but it depends on the months in the area. Yeah, true that. I never made a sandwich in Scarlet and Violet, but I have heard of that. Yeah. It's an interesting angle to you know, make it you know, I think to be done in Pokemon and give an incentive for them to look for a shiny and such. Alright, we got another Eevee in the books. I'm trying to think, will I find a shiny today? I'm not feeling too lucky, I don't think. Sometimes I gotta feel for like when I feel lucky or not, but I'm not sure yet. Depends on the recipe, not all are made equal to make. What would be the luckiest sandwich, or is it like, I mean, isn't it technically skill based a little bit, like a tiny bit, like you could fuck up the sandwich just by doing something wrong? I mean, I think skill based is kind of too high of a phrase to put here, but you know what I mean, like you could fuck up the sandwich or something to like, you know. Well, I mean, at the same time, I'm not sure. Are there specific ones that goes with the typing of the Pokemon, or just like with the certain Pokemon? More so, I guess. As well, or is it all in general just to find a shiny, just to be like the same shiny sandwich? 1229. You can mess up depending on the ingredients. Some are easy to stack in comparison to others. Ingredients matter for effect. Okie dokie. That's 2 Eevees in a row. Holy shit. That's our last Thunderbolt. Okay. Time to go 12:30. Alright, let's go to Pokemon Center. I have 3 failed Zygardes in a row. Rip. Oh shit. Oh damn. Okay, hold on. Let me take the time to retweet. Just to keep the stream alive. For what it's worth. Let's see here. If Twitter would be fine. Come on. It's taking so long to load. Let's see here. Just a small retweet. I don't even know what to put, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Let's go retweet this right quick. Quote. What should I put? A lot of Eevees so far. Come join. I don't know why Legend ZA wasn't shining earlier. Like I tried to put that hashtag and I didn't see it on here at all. TCG Pocket. Okay, fine. I don't need to put that one anyway. Okay. Alright, sorry for the delay. I retweeted now, or retweeted. Okay, I'm here. Also, thank you for the 2 people that liked the stream. I appreciate it. Just take the time to retweet it just to see if there's any other viewers that may stop by and such. But yeah. What time do you typically sleep before you go to work, by the way? Because it's like 11 p.m. I guess for you. It's 1:30. I forget. It's like a whole 14-hour space away, right? I forget. I'm getting ready to hit the hay. Okay, well just let me know when. I appreciate that you're here either way. I know that work is always like the important thing to do, but I appreciate that you stopped by and stuff. Hey, I want to ask if I can make some art for your channel. If you, IFYDM. Hey, I want to ask if I can make some art for your channel. Well, this is a fundraiser to raise like my own funds because I'm broke. To see if you know, to pay off like real life bills and all that stuff. I do like logos and animation, and stuff like that. Can you drop your Discord in chat? I mean, I don't really have money for you, unfortunately. So, I mean, you can add my Discord anyway. It's just my username. But like I said, it's like, yeah, I don't have money to pay for any commissions right now or future commissions, unfortunately. I didn't even check my phone for a while, actually. Hold on. So yeah, hopefully you understand. This isn't like a regular fundraiser for charity. It's just like a fundraiser for myself because I'm pretty down bad and broke at the moment. So for any graphic artist that stops by and sees that, I forgot to pin my fucking comment. I just realized. Shit. Oh well, I'll do that later. For any graphic artist that stops by in the chat, you know, just know that I'm broke as fuck, so yeah. So hopefully you understand. See, there's a few shinies I hadn't had yet. It's like there's shiny Chansey and stuff. Also, I don't know what I'm trying to. I know I've seen it before. I don't know what the hell IFYDM stands for. Because I was trying to, I kept reading it in my head, like, if you know, you know, but it's not that. And I just stopped the moment I read it. I'm like, yeah, fuck it, let me continue reading the rest of it. And then I tried it again. I was like, nah, I can't be bothered. So. Are you still here, by the way, Arena? For your DMs, I think. IFY DM. If you want a DM like that. I got an Eevee on screen. I forgot that I started my Thunderbolts over. Alright, well that's 12:31. Oh, I appreciate for Arena liking the stream upon arrival, if that was her doing that. I appreciate you for doing that. Let's see here. Let me check my phone right quick. Cause I don't think I don't know if she heard me about like my username being that or whatever, but yeah, I don't got new additions or anything like that. It reminds me of looking up, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think I've seen the acronym. There's a few acronyms that I had to ask the person like a dumbass, or like in secret I would Google search it and go like, oh yeah, I know what you're saying, then I would Google search it and I'm like, oh, that's what it means, and then yeah, carry on with that. Let's see here. Eevee. There we go. 12:32. I'm pretty sure they took off though, because now the same two people are here instead of it being 3. Yeah, it's not like we are in the 90s, 2000s where you charge by character. Yeah. Now I know there's a few people that does still do that, that charge per character and stuff, and that gets tricky. There was a mystery dungeon episode where the two teams fought against each other and shit, and luckily Corey didn't charge me for every character, but like, you know, she did it for me because, like, you know, since I know her and stuff. But yeah, like on a normal person she would have charged per character, because there was like Alakazam, Tyranitar, Charizard, and then there was my team with Machop and Pikachu and Absol or whatever. So there was quite a bit of characters, and I think Ninetales was even on the thumbnail. So yeah, quite a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okie dokie. I mean for texting. Oh, I thought you meant like commission wise. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like literal character. I didn't think you meant like letters and words characters. Yeah. for TCG Pocket as well, like I think I was waiting to get more than 120 hourglasses, and now I think I got more than that. Especially since the shop reset it and stuff. 1235. There we go. I'm still trying to figure out what time I should end it today, because I mentioned before 5:45, but it's like a Labor Day thing. Because even my family relative didn't go to work, so I might stop at 5, and that's like a little over 3 hours from now. I haven't really figured it out yet, but tomorrow would be a regular scheduled thing where we would go to 5:45-ish. So we'll see. We'll play by ear. Because right now it's like 1:40 p.m. for me. I wish they lower cost for stuff in TCGP. Yeah. I haven't spent a dime on TCG Pocket at all. But I know that like there's a few friends of mine I know that paid $10 just because they wanted a card. It's so grinding as is at the moment. Yeah. It takes me a long time to get finished with anything. Even like solo battles or something, it takes me a long time. And I've been stuck at like, you know, with like the rankings and such, because I keep using the same deck over and over, and like with different meta decks just keep on forming and stuff, I just get like shit on constantly. I don't think I could kill a Giratina Darkrai deck pretty easily, because they always, I don't know, there's that, and electric decks usually get stronger and stronger upon fucking arrival. It gets pretty brutal. It's pretty funny to call out whales on Reddit. Oh. I'm not sure what the context of that is, but yeah. Oh, like whales, like as in like the fake account ones? I think I've heard of that. Like the like they tried to make an account so they could pick what packs they want or something like that, or use it as like a alternate account to trade for the other ones or whatever, or like hacked accounts. I don't think I've been on that site in Reddit before to see the TCG Pocket. Whaling is what you call someone out for spending money on something until they get it in a chance format. Oh. Yeah, my friend was thinking about getting himself a whale account, and I'm like, bruh, it's okay, you don't need to do that. But yeah. I don't think he's gonna do it though, to be honest. That's just something you try to look into, because he's greedy like that. He wants to get the best cards, because it gets irritating every now and then. He's like, man, it's another day and I still don't got shiny Charizard. I'm like, bro, if you don't like, it's okay. They won't be able to trade any of the Worth cards anyway. Oh. I wonder if I have a trade ready in store right now, because lately, almost every single day, there's somebody that trades me a Pokemon card that I don't have, because I constantly update my wish list. Like, as soon as I get it, I swap it out for something else, unless I change it how trading works. They slightly did. But I'm almost positive you've seen that update. It's just like I don't know. There's quite a bit of friends that didn't know that you could trade even if you have like one card left, because I've done that before like twice already. But they assure like every time they're like, no, you can't trade if you have one card left. I'm like, okay, well I've done it already. There's a cap of rarity though, is there not? Yeah, supposedly, according to that same friend, you can't trade shinies and you can't trade immersives. So we got another one. Is this the shiny? It is not. Like immersives, yeah. Okay, this is... okay, there's 93. Damn, I got 6 gimme ghouls that this person wants in TCG Pocket. Because somebody wants to trade the Phantom that I need for gimme ghoul. Okay, I'll do that. I have way too many gimme ghouls in that case. Oh, I didn't mean to go to the Pokemon Center. Fuck. I meant to go to the... I got distracted because of the trade. Shit. Okay, let's go fly up here. Not shiny. Yeah. Unfortunate, but true. Okay, let's take a look at you. We got attacks up, speeds down, adaptability, ability, brave nature, legs or legs. Okay. At least I finally got like 4 eggs in store constantly now. And they've been kind of hatching consistently, I would say. They want the gimme ghouls for the emblem, I think. If you acquired 100 of them, you get rewarded, I think. Acquire can be from the trade backs. Oh, really? There's like a secret mission with that? I didn't know that. That's pretty neat. Okay, I'm trying to multitask while I do this. Oh, I already took it off the fucking... That was fast. I took it off the wish list already, unless they updated it. That's crazy. Or if I forgot. Acquire can be from trade backs, so I bet I already read that. Let me check the wish list while I'm at it. Oh no, it's the Phantom, wasn't it? Oh, never mind. I'm being dumb. I didn't do the trade yet. The dude has to confirm the trade. I forgot. Well. Alright. Phil Zygar number 4 heading to bed. Oh shit. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Well, have a good night either way, dude. I'll see you the next time around, alright? Eevee. Let's go with the Thunderbolt. Did I already use 2 Thunderbolts before? I don't remember. Alright, catch you later, man. Have a good night. Have a good day at work. Wait, did I raise the count? Shit, I already forgot. 1236. I don't think I did. Okay, let me go back to the top of the chat just to put the same... Yeah, let me pin this right quick. Let me pin that. And then I'll try to look at the chat as much as I can. Hopefully I'll be able to. But I do got a pack in store, and then there's another pack in an hour and a half from now? I thought it was at like 3 o'clock that would happen, I'm not sure. Okay. I don't remember which pack I left off in. Fuck. Shit, I literally don't remember. But I might as well open it. What was the last one? Carbonol? Was it the Ultra Beast one? Yeah, it looks like Ultra Beast was my last pack open. And I'm in cycle 6 for myself. Hey, if you don't know what I'm talking about with the whole cycling thing, it's because like I do the same loop in the same order every fucking time. With like getting the newest pack and then going downward to the oldest pack and then start over, and that'd be cycle 1. So it looks like Solgaleo's next. Hold on, let me raise the volume so you guys can hear. And I'll announce what I have. Hopefully it's something good. Hopefully it's something good. But yeah, my good buddy of mine took off. So yeah, it's just me here now. But let's do it. Let's open the Solgaleo. And I did see a pack turned over, so let me go for that one right there. Let's turn that over. Booyaka. And we got nothing. Yay me. No holographics, no full art. It just looks like regular cards, because I could tell because I turned it to the side. We got Rockruff, we got Lana, which is new at least. We got Cosmog, we got Brexish, and we got Excavalier. Alright, well, in an hour and a half, we're gonna pretty much do that. And we got Lana deck and some other stuff completed from that. That's good. That's good. Actually, you know what's a good idea? I'll put buy. Actually, no. Let me put actually, yeah, hold up. I got an idea. I'm gonna go to the top of the thing. Did I reply? Oh, no, never mind. He just put that. I put... Hold on. This shit's still out the way. I can't read that. I'm gonna put copy. And I'm gonna put... paste on here. Did I not do it? The fuck? Okay. Hopefully that will give me an indication just in case somebody's in the chat. So I'm only putting that just because. Okay, but I got a Lana card in there. 130 different cards in Celestial Guardians. Wingardium Leviosa. Oops, my bad. I thought it was in the grass. Sometimes it is hard for me to look at the chat, like when I am reading. So like if I look up and then count it, then it will give me some indication. Let's see. There's this mission that I didn't finish because I didn't claim my 4 yet. And we got Bremen as well. The decks, we got 130 cards, so that's 10 blue. Solgaleo tickets. I love Solgaleo. Solgaleo is so cool, dude. And theme collections, Lana and Waterside Pokemon. I got 6 more of that. I forgot that I got the Wishy-Washy card. That Wishy-Washy is so cool. And Dewpider and Araquanid. Another Eevee right here. Okay. Yes, we got another one. That's 1237. There's another mission. That Lana thing really created so many missions completed. I got a Lana deck now. I have no idea what cards this contains. Apparently it's Shelter, Cloister, Lapras, Poplio, Brione, Primarina, Dewpider, Araquanid, a Big Malasada, Pokeballs, and Pokemon Research. Interesting. Okay. I don't know why, I just straight up didn't remember Arven's anything. Like, I swear I read it not that long ago, like even a week ago, and I forgot most of it. Because I knew he was the son of something, but I forgot that it was the professors. Because when I read it, I'm like, what? But yeah. I got 174 packs. Or 174 hourglasses. But I haven't done any of the missions yet, in solo matches yet. Because I've been stubborn and wanted to, you know, I wanted to maximize the Wonder Glasses once I finish all those, because they give you a shit ton. So if I get 240 by the end of all this, I could open up to 20 packs. And I would be willing to put it on screen too. So who knows? 1238. So yeah, we'll cross that bridge once we get there. Is there anything worth wonder picking right now? I kind of want to avoid some of these cards. There's any Electros I don't have. That's on the thing. There's a lot of Secluded Springs. I still think that's a pretty good name for that, because secluded, you know, it means like very isolated and stuff. Also, I didn't say any of the titles that I wanted to put for the other one. Because I said Fortified ScarKnight and I didn't run out of words. I forgot to mention the other ones, but it's okay. I mean, that boat sailed. We're in the new era, the 1000 mark era, where I guess we're just gonna relate everything to a fucking day, I guess, or not day, but like a word that's on there. I mean, I don't really have to. I could just title it whatever the fuck I want. I do need that exactly. Wait, huh? I thought I didn't have it. There's nothing too much to want, to be honest with you. I mean, there's a Latios right there. But I wanted to avoid these, to be honest. I'm not sure. Should I go for the Gligar no, I already have Gligar. Should I go for the Latios? Like the full art Latios? Should I go for the full art Stunfisk? Or... that's pretty much it. It's a pretty easy decision. I'm gonna go for the Latios. I'm pretty sure Latios is pretty common, more than I think it is. So there's Macargo, Tynamo, another Tynamo, a different Stunfisk, and a Latios. So let's see if we could get it. I'll try to pay attention. Latios is at the top card. It might be the middle. And it's not. Fucking A, I got Macargo. That sucks. Oh, do well. Okie dokie. Well, at least I got another card I don't have, so I guess that's fine. I haven't got any cards from Secluded Springs yet, except for ones that are wonder picked. Okay, well, 1 hour and 21 minutes from now, we'll do that. As I didn't mean to press it to the right by accident, oh boy. And we got 4 hourglasses, or wonder glasses, whatever the word is, hourglasses. Alright. Before I forget, I might as well claim my Marvel Snap tickets and stuff. Now, over the weekend, I tried to watch, because you know how like every time I do a movie story thing, like when I read the thing and then like I make up a fucking Pikachu short just out of the blue and such. And you know, I also add a character, like for Pokemon 1 I added Brock, Pokemon 2000 I said Misty, Pokemon 3 was Richie, 3.5 was Drake, 4 was Tracy, Pokemon Heroes was like Harrison, Pokemon 6 was like Max, Pokemon 7 was Morrison, or it might have been Tyson, and then Pokemon 8 was Morrison, and then Pokemon 9 was May. So for Pokemon 9, when it comes to the short to watch on my own time, I tried to watch one that was called Pokemon 3D like Find Mew. It was something like that. I forget the exact title, but it's an interesting story with that. Let's see, 1239. Let me look up what it's called before I move on. Hold on, let's see. Let's go look it up on the name. I'm gonna do this on PC because like right now my phone has like Marvel Snap on it. Let's see, so the movie is called Pokemon 3D Adventure Find Mew. Now, when it comes to that, right? It's lost media. Like when I say complete, like when I say lost, it's like completely lost. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was just a one-time showing thing, and that's about it. The only thing available with that is a trailer. And yeah, there's no websites whatsoever that has it. If anything, there's more pages reviewing the damn thing rather than anything else. And here's basically my theory. I feel like when they announced it, they mentioned that they were gonna, you know, have this Pokemon 3D Adventure Find Mew thing, where, like, you know, with 3D glasses you're supposed to wear, or maybe not, I'm not sure, but like, oh, they see the Pikachu sticking his face out and Meow sticking his face out, and then like Arbok, when he's like curling up onto the tree, does like the little like, oh, I'm gonna bite you thing and sticks out of the screen. But there was also like Latios in this little movie thingy along with Jirachi and Mew, from my understanding. And for the most part, I'm pretty sure this was meant to be like its own Pokemon festival in IRL, like in real life. And that they had this as a special for people while they're there in present, whatever this Pokemon festival is in real life, where this host event happens, that they were going to show this film. And I'm pretty sure when they showed it, that was the only time they showed it, or maybe throughout that weekend, or through these events, and that's about it. Because it's never really been seen again. I don't even know if it's been aired on TV, but I don't think it was aired on TV. I'm pretty sure it was only aired in IRL, and that's as far as it goes. Because if it was done by TV, then somebody would have recorded it. You know, somebody would have put footage on it, and it would have been available to the media for everybody. Because it's not available whatsoever. I tried looking for it. Even Japanese websites don't have it. It's just completely lost media at this point. So I went on to like move on to the next Pikachu short, because I'm not the only one that was looking for the 3D adventure. Like, people on Reddit was wondering why it was lost and everything, and that's not like the only lost media. But as far as Pikachu shorts go, that is the first one, as far as I know, that was not available. Because like the other ones that I mentioned with the Summer Festival and the what was the other one? I forgot the other one. There was a few that was also unaired, but like, you know, they were on TV at some point, played once or whatever, so it's fine either way. I need to multitask and actually get my tokens, because I've been kind of just talking here with my phone on. Okay, so I claimed the tickets and the credits and the tokens, so that's good. The missions I got is play 3 cost cards, play 4 cost cards, play 100 powers worth of cards, and then play cards. Win with the Cosmic Ghost Rider, which is really cool that he's in here to begin with, starting in your deck. First, win with your Galactus First Step, starting in your deck. Oops, my bad, I was not in the flowers. And yeah, the other missions is gain collection level 12 times and upgrade a card, which I'm pretty close to leveling up. I got 8,150 credits, so hopefully I'll reach that soon where I pass that mark, because that would be cool. But that's pretty much it when it comes to Marvel Snap. But yeah, when it comes to the other Pikachu short that I watched, because I moved forward, I watched Pokemon Ghost Carnival, which was an interesting story, because in Pokemon Ghost Carnival, basically what it is that in the beginning of the story, in which I found it pretty interesting, this is a 20-minute one right here. Let me look at what's the other one, because I'm trying to remember, now that I'm not in like a Marvel Snap, I could search on my phone and actually properly multitask while I say this, because there is a few others that weren't available that I have watched. Yeah, so Summer Festival. Oh no, yeah, that was the first one. It was just Summer Festival. The other ones were available and were aired at some point. Okay. Anyway. Pokemon Ghost Carnival, or Pikachu's Ghost Carnival, was also supposed to be unaired, but we could find that, and I watched it and everything. And the way it started was very interesting, because it started with Cubone walking into this haunted mansion and, you know, being scared by certain Pokemon, and throughout like the attics and parts of the mansion, these Pokemon could see Cubone going in, you know, trying to do whatever. He was just getting in the mansion, I guess. And while this is happening, like there's all the ghost Pokemon available in the first 3 generations and such, as we got ourselves 1240. And for the most part, like, yeah, all the ghost Pokemon are there, along with other Pokemon that aren't ghosts, like Lickitung, Coughing, and Ditto and such, that they were there for scaring purposes. Like Coughing goes down, he uses smoke screen, and then, like, you know, they play tricks and try to scare Cubone and stuff. Like Lickitung puts his tongue down from the ceiling, is to, you know, Haunter could also do this, because we know that he has a stretchy tongue and eyes and face and hands and shit like that. But, you know, I guess that's the purpose of Lickitung being there, even though it was kind of odd. I understand Coughing. I would have made an exception for Coughing, but Lickitung, not really. Ditto, I could kind of understand it, that it was weird that Ditto was there too. But yeah, Ditto was there just to copy the Pokemon and just to, like, pretend it's a mirror reflection as we get 1241. But yeah, and of course all the other ghost Pokemon are just doing ghostly things. Because there was also, like, quite literally all the ghost Pokemon. Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar, Misdreavus, you know, Gen 3's ghost Pokemon, like fucking Duskull and Dusclops. Like, there's no Dusknoir yet, because this is, like I said, the first 3 gens. Sableye, you know, Shuppet, Bannet, they're all, like, there, pretty much, along with the 3 other ones. Eventually, like, Cubone was scared at first, but then at some point he stops getting scared from it, because the thing is, Cubone is a part of the group, and, like, was just testing this out and saying that it's not scary for him anymore, because he's so used to it. I don't know how many times they play to make this game happen where they pretend that each other are scared, but that's just kind of the whole thing, because that is supposed to be, like, not really a red herring, but that's just how it goes with how they do things with the Haunted Mansion. And so when they were doing that, they're like, oh, it's not just as fun anymore. We need somebody, you know, new that doesn't know about our tricks. And I forgot to mention Goldbat's also part of their group, except Goldbat's kind of more of a lookout, I would say. But anyway, like this was like on a rainy, dark night in the mansion, but it skips over to like the complete opposite. It looked like a very like fictional fairy tale where it was all flowery and fairy-like and rainbows, and like the place doesn't even look like it's real from like the next scene it played, because Pikachu and his group were in a picnic and such, you know, and the Pokemon there was like Combusken and Grovyle, and I don't remember if Bulbasaur was there, but Squirtle was there. This is like May's Pokemon, along with, I think, Swalo? Corphish was there, I know that for sure. And yeah, they were just spending time in the picnic. And next thing you know, Bonsley was on a tree eating, and it goes and looks at them because while they're having a picnic, at least I think it was a picnic, they were spending their time over there as we got 1242. You know, Bonsley wanted to eat more, so he goes down, and like while this whole time happens, similar to the summer festival, since it's like in Japanese and it has English subtitles and some words were spelled incorrectly, like all the Japanese voice actors would talk in the place of their Pokemon, and it's a bit disturbing because these are like grown-ass men talking in Pokemon voices that are meant to be like, you know, smaller creatures and shit. So it doesn't really fit right. We are getting a shit ton of Eevees, bro. Like seriously, like a lot. We had so many in the past couple minutes. Hopefully one of these would turn out the one we want it to be. You know, it's like that'd be great. Hawlucha. But yeah, I guess Bonsley was trying to get more food because it was a greedy punk, and like he used fake tears and everything to try to fool them. But like Pikachu was going like, I thought, didn't you just eat an apple from the tree? Why are you saying that you're hungry? And it continues the fake tears cry. And so like they just gave in and gave Pokemon that Pokemon its food. While this is all happening, Goldbat's watching them on a different tree, because you don't realize that that's the same area really close by, where around the corner is the Haunted Mansion in the daytime. So Goldbat flies near, it's like, oh, there's Pokemon here or whatever, we should try to lure them in the mansion. And I'm not sure, because that's a bit of a stretch to lure somebody in the mansion when they're around the corner, because they don't even see the mansion there. But it's implied that one of the Pokemon could cause the rain to happen to force them to find shelter and such. So yeah, that's kind of what happens. Eventually rain happens, you know, nighttime occurs. Pikachu's telling all the other Pokemon, oh, let's rush into this mansion and not knock on the door. So they go in front of the mansion, they walk through the doors, and just, you know, wondering who's there or whatever. I don't know, like I guess no Pokemon decided to knock. But honestly, like when I saw the Pokemon ran in and stuff, I would have let them in, only because like I know that they genuinely just wanted to get out of the rain, you know, and they're cute Pokemon and stuff, so I would have helped them out. But like in the case of real life, if a person just I don't know, that's his own story. But yeah, they would have to knock at least on my door, not just walk in. But if it was Pokemon getting out of the rain, then yeah, you know, come in, you know, get some water or something, and then once the rain's finished, then they could go about their business. You know, I could trust these Pokemon. Anyway, they go into the Haunted Mansion, then they begin their you know, the same Haunted Mansion deeds, which is trying to scare the group and everything. So that's what happens. What's the combo skin? I'm trying to think. I might get mixed up with like the summer festival thing. All I remember is that Squirtle is there for sure, along with Corfish and stuff. Actually, yeah, I might have spoke too soon. The door was locked at first, and then Corfish tries to rush in to smash through the door to open it. But like when Corfish was about to smash through the doors opened mysteriously, and then Corfish crashed inside. And then he went all the way to the chimney where the coughing used smoke screen before, and it did it again just now. And then the Haunted Mansion stuff began. So I guess they did technically knock. So, you know, I'll take that back. But yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. Then they started scaring them. Like this big ass like blanket ghost shows up with all three. Well, one of the three ghost Pokemon talking and saying, "Oh, you trespass, now you shall die and go to hell," or whatever. And so all these group of Pokemon are crying their ass off and like, you know, trying to run away. They see a Ghastly in a night suit along with Bennett. You know, and eventually, like, they cornered them in the alleyway, kind of close to where the Cubone used to be. And then Squirtle starts crying, and all of a sudden, all the Pokemon stop to make the baby Squirtle feel better. And they referred to baby Squirtle as a girl. I never really thought about that. I never considered May's Squirtle to be a girl, because we knew Bulbasaur was a female. I didn't know Squirtle was also a female, so it was interesting. But yeah. It was pretty adorable too. I mean, Bonsley was also crying, but it did the fake tears cry, so I'm not sure how genuine it was. Because it does the same cry every time where it's like water droplets, unlike Squirtle's where he's just water gunning out of his eyes, you know? But yeah, they try to make it feel better and stuff. Eventually it worked. Squirtle and Bonsley started smiling and such. And then for some reason, eventually outside, Meowth was in this construction worker wrecking ball machine, you know, like the tractor. Except instead of a wrecking ball, it's Cacnea at the end of it. Meowth was driving along with Wobbuffet and saying that they're gonna break this haunted mansion in order to replace it with a restaurant, because Meowth wanted to go into the business or whatever. So I don't know why Meowth decided to be at this one place. Maybe he thought that it was an abandoned place before. I don't know when he saw this area, because like I feel like if Meowth was there the first time, he would have went inside and then they would have tried to hunt him before. But it was never implied that Meowth was there to begin with, because like, you know, if Cubone in the group says that they're gonna chase somebody new, then like Meowth would have not, you know, Meowth would have been there before and Meowth would have been considered new, you know? But yeah, they try to do that. All the Pokemon inside the house realized what Meowth was about to do. So like Ditto goes on top of the house, turns into Wobbuffet, and then mirror coats the whole house while Cacnea's like trying to swing and hit the mansion. It reflects and it breaks the whole tractor down pretty much. And I don't know why Mirror Coat would work in this situation, considering that, you know, it only works on special moves, but it did. Or like, you know, it's supposed to only work on special moves, but it with it being physical as it can be, swinging a Cacnea from a tractor, becoming the Wrecking Ball, it shouldn't have worked, but it did, is what I should say. But yeah. It broke the thing. All of a sudden, this is where the implication sets in, where like the ghost Pokemon is the ones that start the rain, because Dusclops sees them. They're like, okay, let's make them go inside the mansion, and then he starts summoning the rain, which I think Dusclops had Rain Dance. I don't think it could learn Rain Dance, but that's the only explanation. But they made it seem like they could set up the rain. But yeah, quite immediately after the tractor broke with the Wrecking Ball and all that stuff, it started to rain. Meowth and Wobbuffet and Cacnea started rushing inside the mansion. And then he reset it for the third time, where the haunted stuff happened yet again with these Pokemon, where, you know, all the same tricks except it's working, and plus some extra ones, because there's some trickery to this house with some buttons and stuff, like the walls could flip over and put you in a different room, and that the stairs could turn into a slidey slide pretty much, just so that could work, so you could fall down and such. But yeah, that's pretty much the whole gimmick and such, is that they were being afraid. Even Meowth saw his own reflection that wasn't following it on purpose and such. And then one of the weirdest parts happened where, like, Meowth started knowing that this is all a trick, so they're not being afraid so much anymore, that they saw Squirtle there and such. And I don't know where this came from, but eventually when Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Cacnea cornered some of the Pokemon, that they realized that this is all a trick and such. Pikachu got these giant balloons of his own face that I don't know where he got them from, but he got them to scare off Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Cacnea. And all of a sudden, like, I don't know, Meowth was just convinced that there's a Pikachu ghost. And then they just left. And that's kind of pretty much the end of the story, is that, like, the whole time they were getting spooked and stuff, that yeah, I don't know, it was rather weird, but they saved the Pokemon that was about to get jumped for trying to scare me out, Cacnea and Wobbuffet. And that's the end of the story, and the ghost Pokemon are friends with them, I guess, and they're on the same page. So yeah, that is 1244. As we continue onward. So yeah, it was interesting, especially since, like, I don't know, the more and more I see Pikachu shorts, the more I realize that they're all gonna have, you know, the same premise of ideas that I would have liked to show. Because, you know, there's a little bit here and there, like, you know, I mentioned with the whole Halloween Pikachu short that I would have liked to make, that there was a little segment that there was a haunted mansion that I would have liked to show off. So, you know, that's a little bit in that with Ghost Carnival. And you know, even with Pikachu Vacation, there was a little bit of aspect of, like, a race to happen, whether it's Pikachu and Raichu, or like Squirtle and Meryl about to do a swimming race, or some competition. Or, like, you know, in the winter games or whatever that they were doing curling, that would have been cool to show a little bit of actual winter competition and such. And yeah, that's for the most part. But like, I think the most recent Pikachu short that I try to make for Pokemon 9 is, like, basically Rugrats style, just having Pikachu imagine that there's, like, a pirate, like, you know, a pirate game type of thing, because that would have been enjoyable to watch. Because we did space theme and now we did pirate theme, so I don't know what other themes to deal with. And, you know, I'm still trying to slowly do all the categories of holidays and such. But yeah, I guess we could talk about Pokemon 10 now. Let me just get that up and ready, because this is officially the start of 4th gen. I just really don't know if I want to immediately start, like, afterwards, like what character in 4th gen to start with. Does Barry count as a rival to Ash? I don't know how often Barry and Ash battles. I know Paul is one, and I'm trying to think if that's when I should do it. I don't know. We didn't cover all the rivals in Ruby and Sapphire, because I could give a fuck about Drew, to be honest with you, or, like, any of the contest rivals, because they're not really truly rivals. And Jesselina, I mean, I never did Jesse and James yet, or, like, the four Orange League gym leaders as well. Let's see. Let me put... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna click on the Pokemon 9 just to skip over to Pokemon 10 because for the life of me, I don't remember the movie title of it. It's probably something Darkrai, but I don't remember at the moment. The Rise of Darkrai. Okay. Alright, well let's go over here, and I don't remember too much about this movie to be honest with you. I just remember big moments. The Rise of Darkrai where there's Dialga and Palkia and Regigigas, so yeah, it's a pretty crazy movie for sure. So it is called The Rise of Darkrai, Dialga versus Palkia versus Darkrai. This movie came out on July 14th, 2007 in Japan, and the United States is February 24th, 2008. In the home video though, Japan released it at December 21st, 2007, and then in the United States they released in May 27th, 2008. Let's see here. The ratings is rated PG for the United States, Great Britain, Ireland, and Canada. Quebec, Japan had rated G. Germany was rated 6, and Australia and New Zealand was rated G as well. Pokemon The Rise of Darkrai, Pocket Monsters, Diamond and Pearl, the movie, Dialga vs. Palkia vs. Darkrai. It's the first Pokemon Generation 4 movie and the 10th Pokemon movie overall. It is the first movie of a trilogy during the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl, and is followed by Giratina and the Sky Warrior and Arceus of the Jewel of Life. This is what I like to call like the trilogy of Diamond and Pearl. I mean that's pretty much true because Pokemon 13, well that's still Diamond and Pearl, but that's early Black and White because Zoroark was introduced the first time. But this is the trilogy that introduced like the gods and stuff, pretty much. It premiered in Japanese theaters on July 14th, 2007. It was aired in North America in February 24th, 2008 on Cartoon Network, and it was released on DVD on May 27th, 2008. It was released on DVD in the UK on September 29th, 2008. In Australia on November 5th, 2008. In Spain, aired in Jetix on September 6th, 2008. In Mexico on May 13th, 2009 on Open Signal. Instead of Cartoon Network in Portugal, it aired on December 25th, 2010 on Panda Bigs. In Korea, it first aired on December 24th, 2008 on Jai TV, re-aired in April 2009 on Tooniverse, and re-released on June 6, 2018 in theaters to celebrate the film's 10th anniversary. Was it really 10 years? I guess it is, true. For some reason Pokemon 9 didn't show the posters, but for this time it is showing the other posters and logos and such. Preview poster, where we see Palkia on the top right and Dialga on the bottom left, cut in half diagonally. Like Palkia with like a magenta pink background and Dialga with a blue background. With like to the left of Palkia is like Japanese characters in pink, and then on the right of Dialga, Japanese characters in blue, and then the rest on the bottom is Japanese characters. Dialga vs. Palkia teaser poster, where we see, I could barely see that actually, but it looks like a mesh between Palkia and Dialga fighting against each other in a clash with like Japanese characters at the bottom. It almost looks 3D in a way. But it has like a gigantic versus in the middle of that. Not really gigantic, but it's bigger than the rest of the font. Pikachu the movie 10th poster, where this one's kind of disturbing, but it's all Pikachus in the shape of 10. And there's like about 20 Pikachus here, so with the background looking like the sky and the bottom looking like the grassy area and such. Final Dialga vs. Palkia vs. Darkrai movie poster, where in this one I see Palkia on the right and Dialga on the left, and Darkrai kinda smaller in the middle, in what looks like a stadium, but the Ashen group is on the lower part of the screen, and right below them is the font with the verses in red and such, and the S is more stylized. Japanese DVD cover, I see Palkia on the right, kind of Dialga less visibly to me on the left. Like they're all kind of doing their big moves. Darkrai in the middle with his arms crossed, and I see Ash and Dawn kind of like split face almost. Like Ash only his right side of his face showing, and Dawn with her left side of her face showing on the other side of the screen. Pikachu and Piplup there as well. That's interesting. And how I said split screen or whatever, Palkia, Darkrai's Japanese poster featuring Darkrai looks pretty cool. It's a zoom in of Darkrai with half his face on the right side, on the left side of the case, and then there's like a big old tower in the background of white, and like with the same font with the verses with the stylized S, just like the last two before, because I didn't mention that the Ash and Dawn one also had that same font. Poster featuring the main characters. There's Ash, Dawn, some people that's only movie exclusive, Chimchar, Turtwig, Piplup, and Pikachu, Darkrai in the background. I don't see Dialga and Palkia though, but yeah. The US DVD cover with the rise of Darkrai, Palkia on the right, Dialga on the left, a little bit more zoomed in, with Darkrai smaller in the middle, and then like the font is somewhat in the top middle row, because they kind of had it in a different perspective compared to the last one with the stadium or whatever it's considered. I see that building again that the Darkrai had in the background, and it said a legend is born. The Australian alternate DVD covers Darkrai while holding a Shadow Ball, and it says the rise of Darkrai, and it says rated G on the bottom left. Dialga versus Palkia teaser logo with the versus symbol. Dialga versus Palkia versus Darkrai logo. This one has like the stylized S that I was talking about, the red versus title screen, the rise of Darkrai. I like the old Pokemon title screens better. I mean, I'm sure that if I saw it in the movie I would have liked it more, but something about like the other movie ones, they had it more dramatic and more stylized. This one still has the same font that it was in the movie, because they usually make their own separate ones off of there or whatnot. But yeah, the Rise of Darkrai logo is just the logo by itself, but spoiler warning for the movie, because we're about to start the blurb. Ash may think he's seen everything when it comes to Pokemon, but is he ready to face the mysterious Darkrai and his latest awesome adventure? While on their way to Pokemon contests, our adventurers pass through Alamos Town, home of the Time Space Tower, with the beautiful Alice. Ash and his friends discover that something is causing terrible nightmares for Pokemon and people alike. Baron Alberto, a dashing but arrogant fellow, immediately blames the turn of events on Darkrai. As if it just overheard the accusation, Darkrai appears and confronts our heroes. That was fast. I don't know. That was crazy fast. Who is Darkrai? Is it a friend or a foe? As the sky tears above Alamos Town and legendary Pokemon Dialga and Palkia struggle through the rifts in a newly created dimension, their ensuing battles threaten to tear a hole in the time-space continuum. While Ash and his friends survive this showdown and learn Darkrai's true nature. Hold on. 1246. I don't think I read that right. Will Ash and his friends survive this showdown and learn Darkrai's true nature? And here's the plot section. It doesn't seem that much. I'm like already more than halfway there, but I didn't reach the trivia section, so let's see. Hold on, let me drink water before I continue, because this is gonna be a stretch. I'm running into quite a bit of Eevees, I would say. Running into quite a bit of Eevees. Let's go increase the count, 1247. Somewhere in a strange alternate dimension, an explosion sends a group of unknown flying backwards as a Palkia and a Dialga emerge from and face each other. Enraged over something, the two prepare to fight. Meanwhile, inside a house in the Pokemon world, a man named Tonio sits in his laboratory reading a book about time and space. His computer shows that there is some disturbance going on as it causes the whole building to shake, including the hourglass on his desk, which drops. In the other dimension, Palkia and Dialga continue to charge towards each other and exchange attacks and blocks. Eventually, Dialga used War of Time, causing a huge explosion and damaging the pearl on Palkia's left shoulder in the process. As the two continue to battle, Tonio's hourglass finally hits the floor and breaks. Ash and his friends are seen continuing on their journey through Sinnoh, this time en route to a Pokemon contest in Alamos Town. However, they discover the town is raised on a mountain surrounded by a lake, and they are lost. A hot air balloon flown by a woman named Alice and her Chimchar descends, and Alice offers the group a lift. After Brock attempts to flirt with Alice, she takes out a leaf whistle and performs a song, attracting several flying Pokemon to her. Following on behind, Team Rocket appears in a Carnivine hot air balloon of their own, but they get sidetracked by a group of Drifloon and a Drift Blim. After angering them by Jesse's repeated failed attempts at capturing them, the balloon Pokemon use Gust to send Team Rocket blasting off again. Ash and his friends finally arrive over Alamos Town and end up in awe at the sights. However, disturbances in the air causes their balloon to go out of control as Tonio's computer warns about a disturbance in time and space. After everything calms down, the group heads into town to soak up the sights, eat some cotton candy, and watch some Pokemon battles. In his excitement, Ash runs into Torterra and its trainers introduces himself as Mori. Mori's in the movie? Quickly followed by his friends Kai and Empoleon and Algarath with Infernape. Ash and his friends begin to battle their new acquaintances. Pikachu is able to topple Torterra with Iron Tail, while Piplup and Empoleon have a pride contest, and Croagunk exchanges a flurry of attacks against Infernape. Finally, Piplup and Empoleon battle inside Piplup's whirlpool, which explodes. Continuing their sightseeing, everyone heads down some stairs and stops by a fountain, leading to a garden full of wild Pokemon. A Shinx, Luxio, Azurill, Azumarill, and Marill watch from behind the bushes, but greet Lisa once they see her. Sensing an opportunity, the group sends out all their Pokemon to play. Ash and his friends go to the end of a flowery pathway and check out the view of the lake and the mountains, leaving their Pokemon on their own. Meanwhile, as the rest of the Pokemon play, Piplup notices a Pecha tree with 3 berries growing. However, as he goes to eat, Pachirisu grabs one, Apom grabs another, and we hatch an egg. Alright. And we got another Eevee. Okie dokie. This is 4, right? Let me just go put 4. Pretty sure it's 94. We could be wrong. But let's go over and get the other egg. Man, I fucking flew in the wrong area. Let's go over this way. And we do got another egg, but we'll be right there in a second. I think it's them. Yeah, this is 93. That's 90. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. Yeah, 90, 91, 92, 93. Okay, he's checking. Alright, so with 94, we got attacks down, special defenses up with runaway ability. Good perseverance. Okay. Interesting. Alright, well, let's go get another egg then. They say 1 out of 50. I'm about to hit 100, bro. Like, what's going on here? What's going on here, dude? And my Drakia is now fully leveled up, and I feel weird about it now. Man. Okay. Okay, so where was I? I don't remember where I left off at. Pachirisu grabs one, Apom grabs another, and the Shinx nearby grabs the last before Piplup starts fighting for it. They roll down the hill and send several of the wild Pokemon flying. A Pachirisu instinctively uses Discharge as the attack increases. Ash and his friends run to see what's going on and discover the Pokemon in a standoff against the wild Pokemon. Alice uses her leaf whistle from earlier to play the same song, and they all calm down. Apom hands her Pecha Berry to Shinx and Piplup, and the two shared it. Interrupting their moment, a Gallade jumps through some trees in front of everyone. He tells them that there is trouble, so everyone returns their Pokemon and heads off. They find some strangely distorted pillars. A rather confident man named Baron Alberto comes out of an opening, greets them, and discusses the broken pillars. He believes that a Pokemon named Darkrai was responsible for it. Team Rocket watches from a distance with binoculars. He brings out his Licky Licky and has it use Hyper Beam into some bushes, only to hit Tonio and his Driplim instead of Darkrai. Tonio shows Alice the disturbance reading on his laptop and then studies the broken pillars very carefully. As Tonio gets hit on the head with some debris, Alberto shows his love to Alice, but she rejects him. To the great relief of both Brock and Tonio, we got another Eevee right here. Thunderbolt. 1248. Where was I? Alberto shows his love to Alice, but she... Wait. Okay, let me read from this part. Tonio shows Alice the sermon's reading on his laptop and then studies the broken pillars very carefully. As Tonio gets hit on the head with some debris, Alberto shows his love to Alice, but she rejects him. To the great relief of Brock and Tonio, Alice runs to Tonio away from Alberto, and Tonio recalls being hugged by her after saving her a long time ago. Meanwhile, back in the other dimension, Palkia and Dialga continue to fight each other. They both use Hyper Beam at each other, creating an explosion. In the real world, the Pokemon sense that something is wrong. As the area begins to glow, Antonio's laptop screen shows a major disturbance in time and space. A dark shadow moves around the trees, eventually revealing itself to be Darkrai, and it yells at everyone to go away. Team Rocket looks at Darkrai through their binoculars and decides they want to capture it. Licky Licky used Hyper Beam, which doesn't connect, and Darkrai used Dark Void, which hits Ash and puts him to sleep. The next thing Ash knows, he lands hard on the ground in the park, completely alone, and walks around. A huge shadow with glowing eyes appears in front of him, as a pink creature of some sort attacks him. Darkrai appears, and as Ash tries to call one of his Pokemon. To call out. As Ash tries to call out one of his Pokemon, the Pokeball disappears. Darkrai drops down below the ground while creating a funnel in the ground, and that pulls Ash and Pikachu in, and they fall into a black void. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, and Ash finally wakes up from his nightmare confused. Ash wakes up in the Pokemon Center where Nurse Joy, Chansey, and his friends are there to make sure that he's okay. Tonio looks at the woodwork on the floor, says to everyone that time and space are going to be destroyed, and immediately leaves. Back at his laboratory, he looks through his great-grandfather's Godie's diary and notices a picture of him and young Alice's grandmother, Alicia. This one first and foremost. 1249. Let's see. So he looks through his great-grandfather's Godey's diary and notices a picture of him and young Alice's grandmother Alicia on a bench. In the flashback, Alicia runs outside and sees a group of Pokemon having nightmares. As a Luxray attacks Darkrai, it collapses. And she approaches the mythical Pokemon as Godey looks on. Alice plays her leaf whistle so that all the Pokemon can recover. Tonio looks at a picture of a very important tower that holds a large musical instrument. Meanwhile, at Alberto's house, Team Rocket goes to him disguised as a TV crew so that they can help him go after Darkrai. The next day in the street, Don buys a lunar wing as Ash remembers his nightmare. They see a large building that looks exactly like the one Tonio was looking at earlier, the Space-Time Towers. Once inside, they see a huge stone monument. That's what it literally says. We got one more Thunderbolt, by the way. They see a huge stone monument with a lot of Pokemon carved in it and several movie gears hanging from the ceiling. They entered Tonio's office, and after waking him up, he hands Alice the photographs that he was looking at earlier. Alice explains the pictures to them. On the back of the picture is the music score of the song Oración. Oración. No matter what I say, it just sounds fucking weird. That she played on her leaf whistle before. The Pokemon find some old musical disc, and Ash narrowly catches one. Ash places the disc back where it belongs and notices open spaces for other discs. Tonio tells them about the music playing machine, and they decided to go and see it. They start to climb up the enormous stairwell to go and see the instrument, but start having trouble getting up the stairs because there are so many. Ash begins to get exhausted, only to see his friends riding in the hot air balloon to the top. Eventually reaching the top, they enter the new music disc and start the musical instrument as it begins to play. The whole town hears it as people start dancing in the streets. Having demonstrated this, the group heads back down the ground where they meet the trio of trainers from before, and is another battle. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Palkia and Dialga continue fighting, causing another disturbance indication on Tonio's computer. Palkia tries to get away from Dialga and enters through a portal to try to escape it. The portal opens up in the real world, causing a pink light to shine, and strong winds to blow through the town. The portal eventually closes, leaving Dialga alone. As we got 1250. Hopefully all of this makes sense. I feel like I don't remember any of this. But let's go back to the... I'll just bring my hoverboard back in the thing. I don't feel like going into the menu. That would have been there by now, but it's all good. We're gonna take our promotional break at the moment. I didn't put the thing on Facebook or anything. Also, yesterday I didn't get the chance to eat like I thought I did, but that's because like there were some people that stopped by in the stream and I didn't want to break it apart because it would have took at least 30 minutes before I finished eating and all that, because I wanted to go get a soda too, and that took like 15 minutes. So yeah, let's go take our promotional break and stuff. Let's go to Facebook, and let's also make ourselves a QR code generator. I think as soon as I said that, somebody joined the stream. How's it going, person? How are you? Let's see. This won't take long. I'm just gonna put the QR code up in here. I don't know if, for the most part, let's see. Oops, that's not what I wanted to put. Where's the thing? Hold on, let me just refresh this page. Copy this. Oh, Hold on, I'm just like trying to put like some more promotional stuff so I could share it in Facebook and such. What color should I make this? So I'll make it green, I guess. Okay. And then create story, photo story, photo story. I don't know why I said that all weird. Put that going for us. Okay, put this centered. Type in, let's make it red. Alright, scan and watch the triple giveaway stream. And then I'm gonna put Pokemon Xenoverse retro / vintage / shiny Eevee hunt. Alright. Okay, we did our promotional break because we finished the Thunderbolts and such. Okie dokie. Alright, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Let's go continue this onward. And, you know, if you're interested in either a Shiny Hysteric, Shiny Nosepass, or the other Shiny Hysteric, just be sure to let me know in the chat by saying hi and that you have Pokemon Xenoverse and all that stuff. And as well, like, you could claim any Eevee that you want that's hatched from the eggs. Apart from, like, a future Shiny Eevee, unless I get a second one. But, yeah, we have, like, about more than 90 of the Eevees. So that's for the most part. As the person been left, but it's all good. Yeah, I just straight up don't remember any of like the movie 10's plot at all. I remember the beginning with Dialga and Palkia like fighting each other in a dimension, and I think I vaguely remember the final evolution starters fighting the Pokemon. I don't recall that too much, but I remember the ending. Like, I guess the beginning and the ending. Some of this is sounding a little bit familiar to me, but at the same time, not really. Alright, but as Ash and his friends look up at the tower, Darkrai reappears behind them. She wants to battle it, but Alberto decides to go after it instead and brings out his Licky Licky to attack. Where Darkrai dodges and uses Mass Dark Void, which hits many of the Pokemon on the street, including Weasel and Sudowoodo. Ash chases after Darkrai, but it continues to disappear into the dark alleyway. Ash sees what looks like a Bibarel mysteriously floating through the walls, as Darkrai reappears to continue to dodge his Pikachu's attacks, as we get ourselves 1251. Let's see here. Alberto and Team Rocket arriving to confront Darkrai. Licky Licky uses Hyper Beam, while Darkrai dodges and uses Dark Void to put it to sleep. Alberto checks on Licky Licky as Darkrai disappears again. As the floating Bibarel reappears, more strange occurrences start happening as Alberto suddenly turns into a Licky Licky, and he screams at the sight. At the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy, Dawn, and Brock look after all of the Pokemon that were affected by Dark Void, as several other spirits of Pokemon float around. Alice and Antonio join in to help, quickly followed by Ash and the transformed Alberto, who only convinces everyone that he's supposed to be human when Team Rocket drags Licky Licky in. Antonio looks at his laptop and theorizes that some disturbance is causing the real world and dream world to merge, leading to strange events. Just then the three trainers from before running and tell the group about the strange fog surrounding the town outside. Investigating, Allegra brings out her Honchkrow and has it use defog, but the attack does nothing. Ash and Pikachu tried to run through the fog to leave the town, but end up back on the other side of the street instead. Alberto is still convinced that Darkrai is responsible for everything that is going on and rallies together the townspeople to find it. Alice Antonio tells Ash and their friends that there's a likely something else going on and that is responsible for everything that is happening. Antonio explains that when he was a young boy, he witnessed Alice falling off a cliff and Darkrai appeared to save her, believing her to be her grandmother. However, it disappeared as Tonio went to check on her, making her believe that he was the one who saved her and not Darkrai. Tonio explains the truth to Alice, much to her surprise. After hearing the story, Ash and his friends are convinced that Darkrai cannot be responsible for everything that has happened. Antonio explains that the distortion was caused by a multi-dimensional disturbance from when Palkia entered their realm. Okay. The townspeople continue to hunt for Darkrai, and it is eventually spotted by Mori, as we get another Eevee 1252. Where was I? I don't remember where was I. Eventually spotted by Mori, Tonio's Driplim flies overhead to record everything as inside his lap he watches the footage of one of the disturbances, I should say. Noticing something strange, he zooms in to discover Palkia. I don't know why I can't read for shit today, holy shit. Meanwhile, a huge group of Pokemon attacks Darkrai, but it holds on through many attacks and uses Dark Pulse, followed by Dark Void on all of the Pokemon that attack it. Alberto decides that he should give battling a try, but his attacks miss as well, and Darkrai sends him and Team Rocket blasting him off across the town. Back at the Pokemon Center, Tonio shows the footage of Palkia to Ash and his friends outside the winds from the portal appears again, while Darkrai tries to use Dark Void towards it. Ash suddenly realizes that during the nightmare he had, Darkrai was trying to warn him about Palkia and Dialga. Palkia suddenly emerges, attacking Darkrai as Ash's friends run to the tower. As Darkrai attempts to attack, Palkia transports the town to its dimension, which has the side effect of resolving all the strange occurrences as the sleeping Pokemon wake up and Alberto transform into a human again. With all the Pokemon awake again, Darkrai and Palkia continues to battle as Dialga suddenly appears and attacks the two. And we got ourselves 1253 in store. Where was I? Let me read this part over again. With all the Pokemon awake again and Darkrai... Wait, did I read that right? Wait. What's that there? As the sleeping Pokemon wake up and Alberto transform into a human again. With all the Pokemon awake again, Darkrai and Palkia continue to battle as Dialga suddenly appears and attacks the two. But as they battle, the outskirts of the town begin to fade away. Eventually, Palkia used Spatial Rend, while Dialga used Roar Time, and the attacks collide, causing an explosion that sends strong shockwaves through the town. Speeding up the rate that the edges disappear, Alice runs up to Dialga and Palkia and yells for them to stop fighting. They fall towards her, but Darkrai steps in and uses Dark Pulse to send them backwards, saving her. And uses Dark Pulse to send them backwards, saving her. Attempting to stop their fighting, Darkrai gets hit by Dialga and Palkia attacks, sending it flying through the trees. Everyone runs towards Darkrai and Alice approaches it. However, she has to tell it that she is not Alicia, but her granddaughter. Ash and Dawn apologize for not believing and understanding Darkrai earlier as it disappears to find Dialga and Palkia again. The town continues to fade away, now reaching the building in the center. Antonio's laptop predicts that the whole town will eventually disappear as the Pokemon continues to battle. Tonio remembers reading Godie's diary about the music machine and the Oryxion song that diary talks about, suggesting that they should play it with the music machine and that it could calm down any Pokemon. I know that somebody's gotta look at the vlog and go like, that is definitely not how it's pronounced, but I don't remember that part of the movie. Alice heads inside the tower and remembers her grandmother telling her about the song, but as everyone else arrives, they realize that they need to choose the correct music disc. Noticing a pattern on the photo of Alicia, the group obtains the correct disc as Ash, Dawn, and Alice and Tonio go to the place in the machine at the top of the tower. Meanwhile, Brock and Nurse Joy evacuate the townspeople using their Pokemon to stop Dialga and Palkia's attacks. Chimchar begins to propel Alice's hot air balloon into the air, but the Pokemon's attack causes another shockwave, and Piplup falls out, only narrowly being saved by Staravia. One of Dialga's Draco Meteor Break opens the basket of the hot air balloon as Dawn almost falls out. As we got 1254. Ash grabs her hand, but another gust causes the two of them to fall onto the tower itself, followed by the Pokemon, with Alice and Tonio diverting another attack sends the balloon hurling towards the ground, and Alberto runs after it. Alice and Chimchar manage to jump onto a ledge, but Alice slips and falls. Licky Licky tries to save her, but it slips and Tonio barely saves her by holding onto Driftblim. However, with everyone saved, the street starts to disappear as well. Ash brings out Apom and Turtwig and has them climb the tower with them. As the building of the town starts to disappear, Ash's Pokemon needs to work to deflect Dialga's attacks. Meanwhile, Brock and Alice recovers Darkrai from the pond, just as Alicia did in the past. Eventually, the stairs of the town begin to disappear too, and Dawn brings out Weasel and Baneri to create new steps out of ice. The wild Pokemon of Alamos combine their attacks to try to stop the town from disappearing. Dialga and Palkia prepare to use their signature moves once again, as Tonio's computer shows that the attacks would have devastating results. And hearing this, Darkrai gets up out of the water. As Dialga and Palkia attack, Darkrai gets in the middle of them, surrounds them in a shadowy orb to take the hits. Ash looks on, knowing that they only have as much time left as Darkrai can take. As the tower continues to disappear, Ash falls out, followed by Dawn as she tries to save him, but Weasel uses Water Gun to push them onto another part of the building. And the trainers and Pokemon make their separate ways up. Darkrai protection finally runs out, and together Dialga and Palkia attacks it, out of energy. Darkrai takes both attacks and fades away into nothingness as a result. Ash's group finally reaches the music machine, but Ash realizes that Oryxion music disc does not fit in. Dialga and Palkia continues fighting as they prepare to use Roar of Time and Spatial Run one last time. Tonio says to everyone that if the two attacks connect, the town will be destroyed. Eventually, Dawn notices one slot in the middle of the music machine, but the machine does not have enough power. With time running out, Pikachu and Pachirisu attack the machine as it finally works into life. The music starts playing loudly across what's left of the town, causing Dialga and Palkia to stop their attacks. The machine begins to glow, returning the tower of its normal state. The whole tower shines, forming a huge golden wings, as Palkia injury is finally fully healed and Dialga's returned to its dimension. Ash, Dawn, and Pikachu ask Palkia to restore everything to the way it was before, and it obliges, returning the town to the real world before disappearing. As the sun sets, and with the disaster, I was gonna say, is man not gonna run into anything? And with the disaster averted, Ash and his friends look across the lake, upset at the thought of never seeing Darkrai again. However, as he walks away, Ash notices a mysterious shadow on the cliff face. A shadow being cast by Darkrai, fully healed and stood on top of the tower. Overjoyed, Alice moves in closer to Tonio as Darkrai looks over at Alamos Town safe at last. Did I skip a whole bunch of shit? What am I... Hold on. I feel like I skipped something. What the fuck? I know that this happens, but I swear I missed something. I don't remember saying... Like, I know Darkrai passes away, but what the fuck did I miss that he got killed anyway? Unless I was just reading without thinking. Like, the whole last paragraph didn't even have Darkrai on it. Hold on. Darkrai's protection finally runs out, and together Dialga and Palkia attack it. Out of energy, Darkrai takes both attacks and fades away into nothingness as a result. Ash Groups finally reaches... Oh my bad, I need to get out of this frame. Ash's group finally reaches the music machine, but Ash realizes that Orixie music does not fit in. Dialga and Palkia continue fighting as they prepare to use War of Time and Spatial Rain one last time. Tonio says to everyone that if the two attacks connect, the town will be destroyed. So yeah, I guess that's the part I was thinking of. Okay, let me read this other paragraph. We'll skip a paragraph just to go ahead because we already read it, and I guess I wasn't paying attention that Darkrai was obliterated and into nothingness. As the sun sets and with disaster averted, Ash and his friends look across the lake upset and the thought of never seeing Darkrai again. However, as he walks away, Ash notices... I didn't mean to go down here. Ash notices a mysterious shadow on the cliff face, a shadow being cast by Darkrai, fully healed and stood on top of the tower. Overjoyed, Alice moves in closer to Tonio as Darkrai looks over at Alamos Town, safe at last. As the credits roll, life in Alamos Town is shown returning to normal as Dawn finally competes in the Pokemon contest alongside Mori, Kai, and Allegra. Though Allegra wins, as Dialga and Palkia also rest in their dimension, Ash, Dawn, and Brock heads off on the road again, continuing their adventure through the Sinnoh region. And yeah, featured Pokemon, we have Dialga, Palkia, and Darkrai. Major events. Allegra holding the Alamos ribbon. Dawn obtains a lunar wing, which normally that would mean that not Lunala, Cresselia would appear, but wait, they never even said Regigigas, or did they? I thought they... What? I thought Regigigas was in the movie. I remember him walking out. Or did I read past that part too? I swear it was Regigigas was in here. I mean, he didn't do shit in the movie but walk and look intimidating, but shit. I don't remember reading any Regigigas whatsoever. That's weird. Okay, well, hold on. So yeah, Dawn competes in the Alamos Town Pokemon contest, which eventually was won by Allegra. And then for the rest of the timelines and Diamond and Pearls on there. Debuts Darkrai, Infernape, Empoleon, Torterra, Licky, Chingling, Finneon, Luminion, Gallade, Drifblim, Tangrowth, Mega, Luxio, Luxray, Gible, Bronzor, Honchkrow, Perugly, Shellos, the EC, and Cherim. Because that's the form of Shellos it is, it's the blue one. So I guess it's the East. Ash and his friends in the picture. The humans, of course, being Ash, Dawn, Brock, Jesse James, Nurse Joy, Marion, Raul, Contesta, Mr. Sugizo, Alice, Tonio, Baron, Alberto, Mori, Allegra, Kai, Cody, Alicia, mother and daughter, old shopkeeper, citizens, Pokemon coordinators, and then there's like the movie montages with Misty, Melody, Lawrence III, Marin, Carol, Tobias. Tobias is in the fucking movie? What? Dalia, Molly Hale, Liza, Sam, Iron Mask Marauder, Oakley, Annie, Ross, May, Max, Butler, Diane, Tori Lund, Ruffay, Sid, or is Rafe, I don't know, Rebecca, Audrey and Catherine, Queen, Lelaine, Jenny, Kid Summers, Freddie, The Phantom, Jack Walker, Elizabeth, and Galen. I don't know about that movie montage, but anyway, the Pokemon: Pikachu, Meowth, Wobbuffet, Piplup, Apom, Seravias, Turtwig, Baniri, Pachirisu, Weasel, Sudowoodo, Croco, and Capini, 2 Chanseys from Nurse Joy, Chimchar, Drifblim, Infernape, Honchkrow, Empoleon, Torterra, Licky, Darkrai, Dialga, Palkia, 2 Rattatas, Sunflora, Wurmple, multiple Beautifly, Psyduck, Sentret, Bellsprout, Croconaw, Grumpig, Rhydon, Stunky, Crobat, Masquerain, Ladian, multiple Pelipper, Chingling, Chimecho, multiple Finneon and Luminion, Kirlia, Glade, multiple Drifloon, Tangrowth, multiple Yanma, Yanmega, Shinx, Luxio, Luxray, Gible, Bronzor, Murkrow, Honchkrow, Purugly, Shellos, the EC debut, Cherubi, Cherum, Kricketot, Unknown, Azurill, Azumarill, multiple Burmese, multiple Wormadams, multiple Wurmples, Quagsire, Houndour, Girafarig, Teddiursa, Tropius, Bibarrel, Combi, multiple of those, Pidgey, multiple of those, Pidgeotto, Budew, multiple of those, Roserade, Mew, Mewtwo, Lugia, Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, Unknown, Entei, Celebi, Suicune, Latios, Groudon, Jirachi, 2 Deoxys, Rayquaza, Lucario, Regirock, Regice, Registeel, Kyogre, Manaphy, Ho-Oh. So there's no fucking Regigigas in this movie. So I guess it's in the Giratina movie, and I watched that movie more and I didn't remember. Maybe I got them mixed up. Maybe that's what it is. I remember Mamoswine's running, and then Regigigas was just super tall and everything, and Dialga and Palkia was on screen when that happened. I guess I'm just crazy. 12:55. So we have gotten 50? No, 40. We gotten 40 Eevees. Okay. Movie montage Oli. We got Togepi, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, Mewtwo, Mew, Gyarados, Nidoqueen, Tentacruel, Vaporeon, Hitmonlee, Rhyhorn, Vileplume, Ninetales, Rapidash, Lugia, Lysis, Charizard, Charla, Entei, Celebi, Suicune, Magikarp, Gyarados, Corsola, Latios, Wailmer, Jirachi, Groudon, Flygon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Plusle, Mime Jr., Lucario, Mew, Regice, Chatot, Manaphy, Seeking, multiple Wailmer, Chinchou, Lantern, Lefdisc, Mantike, and Mantine. From the Chinchou part, it's multiple of those after Wailord. And yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to see past the other stuff. The events shows pre-order distributions. Fans could choose from a pool of Pokemon that starred in previous movies. The winner, Deoxys, was made available for those who pre-ordered their tickets to the film. Deoxys was later made available in GameStop stores in America. Interesting. That was cool. I don't remember this at all. That Deoxys was available in Diamond and Pearl. I thought, like, if anything, Jirachi makes more sense, because that's what I was given in Platinum. But yeah, no, this was a great time around this time. Like, this is around the time I got back into Pokemon. And I remember seeing, like, I don't know if it was a McDonald's commercial or some shit, but like, it was something pertaining to that with Dialga and Palkia. And that was the first time me seeing them was in that commercial. And I was thinking to myself, like, these Pokemon look kind of alike, but not really. Like the face area, like you could tell that they're connected in some way. I don't know. Movie distribution. Darkrai, knowing Roar Time and Spatial Run, signature moves to its co-stars in the film, were made available in theaters in Japan and various stores worldwide. But yeah, interesting. What the hell just happened? I accidentally clicked on Spatial Run, that's what happened. I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. The Rise of Darkrai manga, we'll take a look at that if it's available. So, trivia. Okay. This movie was released between DP039 and DP040 in Japan. This is the first Pokemon movie to feature the opening theme of the season after one it corresponds to. In other words, despite being the 10th movie, it features a version of the opening theme of the 11th season and everything. 11th season, we will be heroes. So yeah. To be dubbed by Duarte Film and Video. To be rated PG in the United States. And first to be rated in the United States at all. Wait, what? To be rated PG in the United States and the first to be rated in the United States at all since the Pokemon Heroes Latios and Latias movie. To feature a Japanese ending theme that is sung entirely by English by a duo of English singers. Players who have pre-ordered tickets for the Japanese run could receive a Deoxys. In major cinemas, a Darkrai could be downloaded. Instructions on how to get Darkrai were provided before and after the feature presentation by Meowth. Casey Rogers returns to the overall anime series in the movie, portraying Alicia following the hiatus that she went on after following a maiden's voyage. During the theatrical release, promotional cards were released as the 10th movie commemoration set. This is the only Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl movie not to have a human antagonist. You know, I thought that the dude with the Licky Licky was evil, I'm not gonna lie. Like when I was reading it, I didn't remember him too well, and they mentioned that some dude was reading a book about time and space, and I thought that was him. And I thought that he purposely caused it, because how are they in the same dimension? That was my question. Like, when the fuck did they started fighting and why? I thought that some antagonist got them involved. But that's another one for the books. 1256. In the trailers, Ash is seen flying over Alamos Town on Pidgeot. The scene was never in the movie itself. Another scene shown in the trailers is Ash encountering a seemingly evil, darker version of himself, but this scene was also never shown. Interesting. The number of Pokemon debuts in this movie is matched only by Mewtwo Strikes Back, spelled the unknown Entei, and Jirachi Wishmaker. This is because these were the movies that began New Generation, with the exception of the first movie, which was released more than 2 years after Generation 1 had debuted. No Pokemon were introduced in any of these... Wait, hold on. No Pokemon were introduced in any of these 3 movies that could not be found in the games in the respective generation. Counting the corresponding Pikachu shorts, Mewtwo Strikes Back had 22 debuts, of which 3 were Generation 2 Pokemon. Spelled the Unknown Entei had 16, and Jirachi Wishmaker had 14, or 15 if you included Groudon as having a live debut. This movie had 18 debuts within itself, or 20 if considering Dialga and Palkia's appearance as their live debuts. This film continues plot points, and similar to this previous 9 movies, it is unknown if this was intentional. 3 trainers appear to who each have one of the fully evolved first partner Pokemon of the region, Mewtwo Strikes Back. The resolution of the plot involves a song being played, The Power of One. The Unknown Dimension appears, spelled the Unknown Entei. Balloon transportation is utilized throughout. Balloon transportation is utilized. Oh my god, I can't say that right. Balloon transportation is utilized throughout. Celebi, the voice of the forest. Human to Pokemon transformations occur. Pokemon Heroes Latios and Latias. 2 of the guest characters began a romance with the conclusion of the story. Jirachi Wishmaker. The beginning of the story and part of the main plot involves 2 legendary Pokemon battling, Destiny Deoxys, and part of the story is told through flashbacks, Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. The plot resolution involves Ash needing to solve a puzzle, Pokemon Rangers of the Temple of the Sea. Yeah, I guess that is interesting. All those have something of a previous movie. This movie started a trend in which the final form of all 3 first partner Pokemon of the Generation region appear in the first movie in the concurrent generation, as seen in White, Victini and Zekrom, and Black, Victini and Reshiram, Diancie, and the Cocoon of Destruction and Secrets of the Jungle. 5 minor characters from other movies make a cameo appearance in the movie. The man and his daughter, who were briefly seen in Apom in the beginning of the Pokemon Heroes and Latias, were given a similar appearance alongside Chimecho and Chingling. A character resembling Bogey, the man from Jirachi Wishmaker who sold May her wishing star, sold Dawn a lunar wing. It could be the same person, who knows? Finally, the mother and girl that were reading The Legend of Rhoda and the beginning of Lucario and the Mystery Mew were seen buying cotton candy and running away from Darkrai. These two are seen again in the next movie. Oh, really? I don't remember these two characters. The lunar wing that Dawn buys in the movie appears again in Sleepless and Pre-Battle, making the movie canon to the Pokemon series. This is the first one and only movie where the title sequence music does not contain the introduction theme of the original games. The Shellos that appears in the movie is in the EC form. According to a recent map of the anime series, Alamos Town is actually on the western side of the Mount Karnak. Wait, what? The Shellos that appears in the movie is in their EC form. According to a recent map of the anime series, Alamos Town is actually on the western side of Mount Coronet, although it is unknown whether or not the Shellos was from Alamos Town. All the legendary Pokemon from previous generation, with the exception of Raikou, make a brief appearance in the beginning of the movie, which is some bullshit. Why isn't Raikou ever featured, dude? Lucario is the only Pokemon in the intro sequence that is neither legendary nor mythical. We also got our pack ready, so that's good. We could get our Lunala pack. So yeah. Originally, the nightmare that Ash was having while under the effects of Dark Void was going to be directly shown, which have entailed a world without Pokemon. This was ultimately removed from its final version of the movie, although the concept of ultimately retooled for I Choose You a decade later. I don't understand what they're talking about. What? This was ultimately removed from the final version of the movie, although the concept of ultimately retooled for I Choose You a decade later. Like, nightmare-wise, or what? It didn't clear it up rereading it. In a February 2021 poll held by the official Pokemon website, this movie was voted the most popular movie of the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, I suppose so. I like the Giratina and Arceus one more. Errors. The same Japanese voiceover that is heard in the Tanks of the Memories is heard when Dawn sends out her Pokemon to play. As we got ourselves another Eevee, 1257. During part of the scene where Ash and Dawn's Pokemon are running up the spiral staircase in the Space-Time Towers after being separated from... I lost my place because... Oh, well, we got another egg hatch, so I guess it's fine. I'll just reread it. Okay, we're at 95 though. 95 eggs. No, oops. No, 5. I'm just gonna put that. Let's go over here. Watch there not be an egg. That'd be crazy. Okay. Luckily we do. I don't know, I had like a small feeling that I wouldn't have, and I would have been pretty triggered, but it is what it is. Alright, 95, adaptability ability, speed is up, special attack is down. Okay, and it's somewhat of a clown. Alright. Should I move these Eevees? Cause like, I ran out of space on box 3, I realized. I'll move it once I actually like get the Pokemon like need, or well, I mean I say that, but I don't know. It's gotta be awfully confusing if I do that though. Shit, I just realized a flaw. Well, I'll think of it over. I don't know. I'm only 3 boxes in, which means I got like whatever's 16 times 3. Isn't it like 48 or something? No. Wait, 32. Yeah, 48. Yeah, I got it right. Okay. Oh, my fucking page. Damn it. My page resetted. Alright. Let's go ahead and do our thing. Hopefully one of these days we'll have like another 10-hour day, because I still feel like it's our best chance to do everything. Okay, let's go back to the trivia section if we can find it. I think it was in the air section though. Let's see here. Let me reread that part. During part of the scene where Ash and Dawn's Pokemon are running up the spiral staircase in the space-time towers after being separated from their trainers, Apon was mistakenly left out. Okay. During the scene where Ash is chasing Darkrai, a group of Murkrows is seen flying over a rooftop. However, their voices are left undubbed in the English version. Okay. When Don's Buizel and Brock's Sudowoodo return to their trainers after waking up and Licky Licky runs past them, Licky Licky la 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 la. Licky Licky momentarily overlaps with the tree behind it. Okay. When Dialga and Palkia attacks collide and explode, Don and Brock's Sudowoodo disappear during the shockwaves going through the town, only to reappear with everyone else on the ground in the following scene when Alice asks everyone is alright. When helping to stop Dialga's Draco Meteor attack, Kai momentarily disappears beside Empoleon, while Allegra, Mori, and their Pokemon are dodging it. Dub edits. In the English dub, Darkrai is referred as a he, even though Darkrai is gender unknown in the games. Together, 2008, it is replaced by a movie version of We Will Be Heroes as the opening theme. I Will Be With You is replaced by I'm Always Remember You and Living in the Shadow as the ending themes. The opening title sequence is shortened slightly, resulting in an abrupt edit in the music. The pen between the names of Baron Alberto and his Pokemon is removed. Alberto now is referred to as Baron Licky Licky when he is transformed. In the original Japanese version, Ash calls Palkia an idiot while asking it to bring Alamos Town back to normal. This is not included in the English dub. The original Cartoon Network airing excluded the scenes of Dawn's contest and Team Rocket sneaking into Alberto's residence. In the original Japanese version, there is an ending segment of that show's design made by the winners of a promotional drawing contest. The designs feature scenes and Pokemon from several Pikachu shorts. Wait, what? In the original Japanese version, there is an ending segment that shows designs made by the winners of a promotional drawing contest. The design features scenes and Pokemon from several Pikachu shorts. I don't know what they mean. Okay, so box office performance. The Rise of Darkrai earned a franchise record of 5.2 billion yen. That's US of $47 million. Let's see. Overall ranking, you got 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 5th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Domestic movies, 1st, 2nd, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th. Animated movies, 1st, 2nd, 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 3rd, 3rd. Okay, I know it sounds confusing, but the graph states like all these dates. There's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 9 of them, unless I miscounted. But yeah, and that's pretty much it. So let's go take a look at the manga. Hopefully there's something pertaining to it. Because if not, then that's basically it with the 10th movie and everything. The Rise of Darkrai manga. Okay, let's see. The Rise of Darkrai, Dialga vs. Palkia vs. Darkrai is the manga adaptation of the movie of the same name. It was adapted by Ryo Takamisaki Publications. There's that. The chapters, there's 5 chapters. There's Strange Happenings Around Town. Chapter 2, The Astonishing Power of Darkrai. Chapter 3, The Battle That Warped Space-Time. Chapter 4, Clash of the 3 Titanic Forces. And Chapter 5, A Resounding Prayer for Peace. Differences between the movie and the manga. The section's incomplete apparently. But it says, Baron Alberto's role is expanded somewhat. Tonio is Goaty's grandson, whereas he was Goaty's great-grandson in the movie. Mori, Allegra, and Kai have greatly reduced roles. Brock and Don are with Tonio at his lab when he discovers that Palkia is within Alamos Town. Team Rocket isn't using disguises while working as Baron Alberto's reporters. In the movie, Tonio finds a photo of Alice's grandmother and gives it to her, whereas in the manga, Alice already has this photo with her. In the manga, the old photo shows In the manga, the old photo shows only a young Alicia, whereas in the movies, the old photo shows Alicia with Billy. In addition, Orexion was not recorded on the back of this photo. Alice already knew about this existence of this song and its name in the manga version. Tonio does not tell Alice the truth that it was Darkrai who saved her as a child, whereas he told her in the movie version. The manga ends with Ash's words, I'll be challenged you again someday. And he and his friends see the shadow of the surviving Darkrai. That doesn't make any sense. What? The manga ends with Ash's words, I'll be challenge you again someday. That's literally how it's said. I'll wait to challenge you again someday is what it meant. When he and his friends see the shadow of the surviving Darkrai. Which, I guess he's telling the truth because he got his ass kicked by Tobias and shit. I didn't know Tobias was in the movie though, what the fuck? I might have to... I'm definitely gonna have to rewatch movie 9 and 10 because I have no idea, dude. I straight up don't have any idea. No, we got another Eevee in the count, 1258. Okay. That's interesting for sure. Alright, well, let's go ahead and open another pack. Let's go increase the volume since we are here and ready. One of these days I will open the pack. It'd be better if I found the retro Eevee and then like just put the thing on the side and show you on screen. Again, I'm still being stubborn about it either way because I want to do the missions first. And it looks like they agreed to the trade. So let's go do the trade thing. Because he traded me the Gimme Ghoul. Well, I traded him the Gimme Ghoul. I don't remember. I think I got like the Phantom and that's it. Alright, Phantom. Which I guess I could have gotten easily. But sure, why not? That's just what I put in my wish list. Yeah, it was the... oh no, that's the... Solgaleo Lunala decks. Okay. I thought it was the Ultra Beast ones. Alright, I'll give him a thanks anyway. He traded with me like last time too. Okay, let's see what other stuff in the wish list I could do though. Let's take that off. And let's see what other stuff we could put in the wish list. Let's see here. What else could we put? So we finished that. So I guess next is Trevenant. Okay. And we do have a pack ready. There we go. And that's from the thanks of the trade. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and open Lunala now. If it lets me. Alright, let's go ahead and do it. I think I do have a turned over pack. It's this one from Lunala. I can't say L words today, Jesus. Okay, well we got nothing. Yay, there's no fucking holographics again. But we got Lowland Vulpix, Bannet, Salandit, Dartrix, and Excalibur. Shit, me, dude. Nothing new? At least? Crazy that. Dude, my luck's been horrible. And I hate when I think that way, because I feel like it affects me in real life. And we're almost at level 51 and everything. Shit. But I'll keep trying my best to, like, because I'm still trying to beat the expert solo modes or whatever it's called. I got 178 on the thing. Hold on, let me check what it was called. Yeah, expert solo battles. I got like a few left. Because I'm trying to beat ground, dark, and steel, and then I'll do the secluded springs missions, and then take care of that, and then eventually, maybe even at the end of the week, or I'm not even sure, like one of these days I'll introduce that and everything. But yeah, that's for the most part. I think I am gonna read over Dawn, because I kind of want to, when I thought about it, like when I read Maze, I wanted to save Dawn for later, but I have no reason to. This is like the beginning of Diamond and Pearl. And even though I don't remember the movie for jack shit, I think it's fine to have Dawn here. Or should I have Barry? I don't know. Should I save Barry? Or Dawn? I don't know. What should I do? You know what? Yeah, let's do Barry. I feel weird if I do Dawn now, because we just did May last time on Friday. So yeah, let's go with Barry. Alright, Barry. There we go. Not in the game, but in the anime. Just let the game again. What the fuck? Can't find them. Hold on. Let me put Barry. Oops. Barry anime. There we go. Alright. Barry, Japanese name June, is a major recurring character in Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. He is a Pokemon trainer from Twin Leaf Town and one of Ash's rivals. One of many. There should be a whole fucking group of people. They could literally start a club, dude, of how many people hate him. He first appeared in Barry's Busting Out all over. Pause. What the fuck? And yeah. Pre-series though, Barry at the beginning of this journey. Before leaving for his journey, Barry had always participated in the Twin Leaf Festivals, in one of which he sang a duet with Dawn. I didn't know that happened, I don't remember that. Eventually, Barry became a Pokemon trainer and he was able to capture soon a Heracross, and with a lot of effort, Barry had won in 3 gym. It doesn't even say gyms, it just says gym. 2 of these victories were against Byron and Gardenia, the latter being won in a hard battle of his Empoleon versus a powerful Cacnea with Drain Punch, where Empoleon needed the power move Hydro Cannon to have a chance of winning the matchup. That is insane. What? He resorted on using an overpowered as water move to beat a grass type gym instead of ice beaming? Are you insane? Bro, Barry, he sniffs crack for a living. No wonder he's like speeding everywhere. So in order to beat a Cacnea, not even a fully evolved Mon, he decided Hydro Cannon is his answer. That's incredible. Okay, well that's another Eevee for the books. 1259. I didn't even think about that. I think I remember seeing that episode when he explained he beat the other gyms or whatever. Because something about Cacnea and Empoleon sounds familiar. One day Barry watched the Hearthome City Tag Battle competition and became quite in awe of Paul's performance at the event, sparking a deep respect for the trainer and an interest in emulating him. On Paul of all things? Okay. Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Barry debuted in Barry's Busting Out All Over Pause, where he intended to challenge Ventina for a gym battle, but he instead met Ash at the door of the Hearthstone gym. He challenged Ash to battle to prove his training methods is wrong, but Ash came out as victory. Afterwards, Barry stayed to watch Ash challenge Fantina in a shield with a twist. At times, he was skeptical about Ash's strategy in the battle, but by the end of the fight, he realized that his techniques were excellent. He later stated that he would be his rival if Ash could defeat Byron, whom Barry had previously beaten. Barry and Palmer in this picture here. After staying with the group for the following episode, he departed to train at Iron Island, but appeared again in Stealing Peace of Mind and Saving the World from Ruins. At Iron Island, where after being caught up in Team Galactic's plot to use the island as a radar to scan for the Spear Pillar, he and Ash put most of their differences aside and became friendly rivals. And stopped in the name of love, Barry announced his plans of entering the upcoming Pokemon Ping Pong tournament and invited the group to join the competition. Later, when Don's Piplup fled the Pokemon Center, he helped to search for him. It was also revealed in this episode that he is good friends with Don's rival Kenny, which I could give a fuck about Kenny, I'm gonna be so honest. He reappeared in the old rival's new tricks, in which he watched Don and Kenny participate in the Sandals Straw contest, and shared with Ash and Brock that it was his first time watching a Pokemon contest live. And to thine own Pokemon be true, Barry entered the Pokemon Ping Pong tournament with Empoleon as his partner Pokemon. He made it to the quarterfinals, where he lost to famous ping pong player O. He returned home for the annual Twin Leaf Festival and Historical Mystery Tour. Barry decided to have a battle with Ash, but he became sidetracked when he spotted a familiar Xatu. Ash, John, and Barry were all transported to Xatu's forest, an odd dimension that enabled them to each relive one of the earliest memories. In Barry's case, it was how he met his Heracross. After returning, he bumped into his father, Palmer. I did like a really weird whistle there. In challenging a towering figure, he entered the festival battle challenge as part of the Twin Leaf Festival in the hope that he would get to battle Palmer, but lost to Ash. At the end of the festival, Barry decided to travel alone to get to the Sunny Shore City badge. Barry and Ash in this picture, with for some reason Ash carrying Gibble. And gotta get a Gibble, Barry battled Ash and his newly caught Gibble. Barry won his first battle against Ash, but Ash didn't take it harshly, praising Gibble anyway and instructing it to listen next time. Barry celebrated his win as he held up his ticket to challenge Fantina, but Gibble bit his hand and ate the ticket. Barry and Paul. In fighting Ire with fire, Barry revealed that he had acquired all the necessary badges to compete in Sinnoh's League Conference. During this event, he finally met his idol, Paul, for the first time and challenged him to a battle. But to his dismay, Paul refused and suggested he battled Ash instead. As we got another one going for us. 1260. Barry initially said Ash was not at their level, since Ash was still at 7 badges compared to himself and Paul having 8, but later agreed to battle him. He chose his Empoleon to face off against Ash's Monferno. However, the battle was put on hold when Team Rocket attacked. In an old family blend, Barry shows up for the Lily of the Valley conference, where he was seen in the stadium along with all the other competitors in League Unleashed. He passed through the preliminary round. In casting a Paul on Barry, he battled Paul in the third round of the tournament, and even though he put up a strong effort and used good strategies with 2 newer Pokemon on his team, Skarmory and Hitmonlee, along with his partner Empoleon, he ended up falling before the superior strength, endurance, and tactics of Paul and his team, not knocking out one of Paul's Pokemon in the process. Though Paul commented afterwards that it has been a great battle. Barry then stayed and watched Ash's battle with Paul and Tobias, and he parted from the group in the semi-final frontier, promising to be reunited with Ash and becoming as strong as him. Barry made a cameo appearance in the ending credits of Zoroark Masters Evolution. So, character. Much like his in-game counterpart, Barry possesses a hyperactive personality that often goes well past impatience. To this end, whenever something or someone gets in his way, annoys him, or causing him any minor inconvenience, Barry will lose his temper and shout for the cause of his desire to be fined. However implausible it might be, this attitude is so recurring and extreme that his Empoleon often shows exasperation of this trainer's wild behavior. Barry admires Paul and his training methods and wants to be a strong trainer like him. Initially, he also appeared to be developing a rather similar mentality to Paul in regards to catching a Pokemon, such as preferring to catch immediately strong Pokemon for training and hypothetically suggesting that he would just look for more powerful Pokemon if Empoleon wasn't strong enough instead of training Empoleon to become stronger. This latter trait was notably not expressed again after Barry first lost to Ash in his debut episode. And while Barry didn't stop admiring Paul for his strength and his later appearances, he was consistently seen to In his later appearances, he was consistently seen to care about his own Pokemon in a manner closer to Ash. My bad. I looked up and then I realized I was still reading. Praising them for their hard work and showing concern with one of them is injured, such as Empoleon was afflicted by the sound waves caused by Team Galactic's actions while on Iron Island. And then these are the lists of his Pokemon. He got Empoleon, which this is kind of blasphemy that he would replace his Empoleon if he doesn't feel like he's strong enough. That's some bullshit. Empoleon is Barry's main Pokemon. Empoleon was first seen in Barry's busting out all over Paws yet again in a battle against Ash Pikachu, which it lost. Staraptor. Staraptor was the first Pokemon to be used in battle against Ash. It went up against his Chimchar and was knocked out with a combination of Dig and Flamethrower. Staraptor appeared again in Stealing Peace of Mind, where it took on Team Galactic only for it to get hit by Golbat's Sludge Bomb. Staraptor's known moves are Tackle, Close Combat, and Wing Attack. So, Chimchar beat him then? Yeah, I guess it was. Roserade was his next Pokemon. Roserade was the second Pokemon Barry used after Staraptor got knocked out in his first battle against Ash. It managed to defeat Chimchar with a barrage of poison jabs as Chimchar was worn out from the battle with Staraptor. Roserade's next opponent was Gliscor. It traded poison jabs and Gliscor's X-Scissors, only for both of them to get defeated at the same time. Roserade appeared again in Stealing Peace of Mind, where it battled Team Galactic, only for it to be hit by a Golbat's Air Cutter, and Roserade's only known move is Poison Jab. I don't like that they do that trope so many times in Pokemon, where both Pokemon just gets knocked out. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, they do it so often. I feel like when there's a double knockout, that's more of a rare occurrence. Like, you don't see that in every other year in an MMA fight, for example. Like, that doesn't happen. I don't know. Because they do it all the time. Like, if you just look at the episode, like, every season, they do it like 2 or 3 times. I'm all like, it should be a lot rarer than that. At least once a season, but they do it so many times. Heracross first appeared in Stealing Peace of Mind on Iron Island alongside with his trainer. He was training with Empoleon, but the trainer got interrupted when Empoleon started attacking them, as it was controlled by the sound waves coming from within the island. Later, he took Barry on a flight around Iron Island to see the cause of the steel type going haywire. Including his Empoleon, Heracross was then hit by Skarmory's Steel Wing, sending them falling onto Team Rocket. Heracross attacked Team Rocket as they were accused to be the ones behind all of this. However, after pointing out the machines located on the island, it turned out that another villainous team was the cause. The Galactic's Goldbag attacked them with Air Cutter and severely damaged Heracross. Heracross reappeared in Historical Mystery Tour battling Ash's Pikachu. Heracross was able to withstand Pikachu's attacks and became stronger from the last time. The battle got interrupted when Xatu flew by. Xatu led the group to a tent owned by a clown, and they got sent to another world when they woke up. They got separated in search for their Pokemon. While Barry was looking for his Heracross, he found a tree. He had a flashback about the time he caught Heracross after slathering honey on a tree. He did the same thing this time, and Heracross came up to Barry in the tree. I kept reading that and I just kept noticing the word tree over and over. Heracross' known moves are Mega Horn, Fury Attack, Horn Attack, and Double Edge. Skarmory, which he doesn't have Skarmory in his regular team, but yeah. Skarmory was the first Pokemon used at the Lily of the Valley Conference in his match against Paul, going up against his Magmortar. As its first move, Skarmory used spikes on the field to damage Paul's Pokemon whenever they were sent out. Afterwards, it was easily knocked out by Magmortar's Flamethrower. Skarmory's only moves is spikes. It doesn't seem like Barry understands typings very much. He sent out an Empoleon versus a Cacnea. Its answer was Hydro Cannon instead of using, I don't know, his fucking Heracross or some shit. That is, you know, both his typings. Well, no, never mind. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Cacnea is just grass type, isn't he? But a Mega Horn should do the trick on killing Cacnea, dude. Like, I don't get it. And then he used Roserade against Ash's Chimchar, and albeit that it worked, it's probably because of Staraptor alone that it worked. And now he's sending out Skarmory versus a Magmortar just for his fucking strategy, but it just clearly isn't worth it. It's just one layers of spikes. So I don't know, but yeah, Skarmory only known moves is spikes. Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee was the third Pokemon Barry used at the Lily of the Valley Conference in the match against Paul after recalling Empoleon battling against Ursaring. Both have a good fight, whereas Hitmonlee showed good speed, agility, and strength. Ursaring managed to evade some attacks, but when it was hit by Hitmonlee's Blaze Kick, it was burned, and this activated its Guts ability, which greatly increased Ursaring's attack power, allowing it to defeat Hitmonlee with a powerful Hammer Arm. Hitmonlee's known moves are Mega Kick, Close Combat, High Jump Kick, and Blaze Kick. Which, yeah, I mean, that's the first time I seen that it had a good type matchup, just, you know, straight from the get-go, so that's interesting. Anyway, that's all its Pokemon, and that's all the eggs steps. I don't know, I just find it interesting that they didn't give him Snorlax or Rapidash, so yeah, interesting enough. Alright, we're at 96. Says, oops. Okay, well that's fine. Let's go get another egg. And we're almost at the end here. There's achievements and trivia still left, so yeah. I feel like this is still good pacing for like egg hatching wise, I feel. And yeah, 96. We finish another box. Let's take a look. Oopsie. Neutral nature, runaway ability with somewhat of a clown, as the hardy nature is what it has. Alright, we're at box 10 now. That's like almost 7 boxes. Because we left off at box 3. Or should I say box 7 is the next one for us. Alright, anyway, achievements for this, which I remember using in the gym batch theory, which, I don't know, it could use a little bit of work still. because I still know that it's confusing to others if they watch this. But like I said with the gym badge theory, what I had when you know, when it comes to why Gary has 10 badges, is that, you know, it's either regional 8 or just 8 gym badges. But like, you know, you could get 8 gym badges and then go to the conference and then continue battling the league and such. And like constantly, all the gym leaders always get swapped out per region because maybe they're not available or they have to replace them with something else, or if they're gone. But yeah, it's showing the pictures of 8 gym badges that Barry's got. Some badges that doesn't seem like it's part of the game. But I do remember that there was another trainer that shared the same badges as Barry, interestingly enough. The listing on the badges Barry has obtained in the Sinnoh region. Forest badge prior to Barry busting out all over. Mine badge with the same episode. Unknown badge, which we haven't seen. 2 unknown badges. From fighting Ire with fire. Coal badge prior to fighting Ire with fire. Beacon badge with the same episode, and relic badge. So 3 badges, I think. But yeah, that's interesting nonetheless. Barry has 3 or more badges and gotta get a Gibble in addition to his first 3 that was revealed and Barry busting out all over. I hate that I keep having to say this. However, which 3 badges he had is unknown. During the former episode, however, he claimed to not yet have the relic badge. Pokemon League, Barry has completed in the following Pokemon League conference. Lily of the Valley Conference top 16, casting a Paul on Barry. Pokemon competition, Barry has competed in the following Pokemon competitions. Pokemon Ping Pong Tournament top 8, to thine own Pokemon be true. Festival Battle Challenge runner-up, challenging a towering figure. And yeah, that's it for the most part. The trivia section though. Barry wears his game counterpart's clothes from Diamond and Pearl, however his Pokédex is modeled after the one that appears in Platinum. His scarf is shorter, and he has a backpack instead of a satchel. Barry is the first anime series character based on in-game rival that has had more than a cameo since Gary Oak. Coincidentally, Gary's first Pokemon was also the water-type choice of his region. Barry was the 4 of the same Pokemon his game counterpart has at the end of the games. If the player starts with Chimchar, with the Skarmory and Hitmonlee in place of his Snorlax and Rapidash. Wait. If the player starts with Chimchar with a Skarmory and Hitmonlee in place of Snorlax and Rapidash. I think he says that because Roserade is a factor, and like Empoleon's chosen in this case. So like Rapidash should have been the fire type, you know, to be that fire, water, grass core. Because if it was Infernape, then it'd be Floatzel and Roserade, which makes sense. But you know, then he would have 2 water types if he had Empoleon. And then for Torterra, it would have been Rapidash and Roserade. Or yeah, no. Torterra would have been Rapidash and Floatzel. My bad. So that's how they got that conclusion. In challenging a towering figure, it is confirmed that Barry's favorite song is the 4th Japanese ending, Pokemon Ondo. Barry shares 2 of his 3 unknown badges with Nando's 2 unknown badges. Okay, it was Nando I was thinking of. I don't remember who Nando is. I think it's the... Oh fuck, I don't remember. I used to know this. But yeah, that's for the most part. So we got another Eevee here. Barry is the only Sinnoh rival to have encountered Team Galactic. Barry is the only rival in the Pokemon series based on an in-game character that has not appeared in the Pokemon Journeys the series, as we got 1261. Like some of the characters in the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl, he has a catchphrase he uses when calling out a Pokemon. His catchphrase is "Let's get going." And that's it for Barry. Alright. Okay, so I think, truthfully, we could end it off a bit early-ish. I'm not sure what time, but I just want to talk about the Pikachu short that I would make for the 10th movie. And I think I've already decided on what I would like to do. I think straight up is for the best that we make an Easter Pikachu short, and let's see how this would work. I think honestly, I think this is an easy choice of what we could do, and like all the Pokemon available. So like, let's just presume it's all 4th gen mons again. Like if it started with all the Pokemon shown in this movie, that it's like Pikachu, Piplup, Sudowoodo, and I don't know who else. I think Turtwig was in here. I don't think Ash got to Chimchar yet because the other girl has it, right? I don't know. But these Pokemon would be included. 1262, by the way. So it'd be interesting if, like, in this Easter special, Chansey would be the one that's giving out all the eggs. Maybe Happiny and Blissy's also involved, helping out. Maybe it's not just Chansey. They're the ones dropping out the eggs and such. And like, you know, the Pikachu group would notice what's happening, and Chansey and Happiny and Blissey would tell them that they're gonna do this and that they can participate. So in a hide and seek fashion, they could be counting and then waiting their turn and seeing who's gonna get the most eggs and such. It would be better if Pikachu and Togepi was accompanying each other, because it would be nice to have a baby Pokemon of some kind to be featured here. So maybe Chingling could be a good fit for a baby Pokemon. He's not used much. He is considered a baby Pokemon and such. I mean, Azurill could fit perfectly here too, but it's kind of more of a 3rd gen mon, you know? And like, I feel like Bonsly gets kind of featured a bit too much. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's a pretty straightforward 10-minute short. Like, they'll be looking for eggs, you know, kind of similar to how Peekaboo is like looking for all the Pokemon and such. But in the cases of looking for eggs and such, you know, you would run into accidental other eggs or something. Like, you know, if you were to go on one side, you'll realize that, oh, these are Execute or something. Oh, this one's a Voltorb. I thought this was a red and white egg. Or, you know, you go onto one side, and it'd be easier if you could use any generation or something. Because, like, if it was a featured generation, like if I could use it now, you know, you run into one egg and it turns out to be a Alolan Executor's tail. Or, you know, a Munna or Masharna, because they're kind of rounded and they kind of have the design, you know. But, you know, whatever Pokemon you could consider with this stuff, like, yeah, Execute, Voltorb, maybe Electrode, you know, other Pokemon, maybe a Jigglypuff, maybe I'm just thinking of round Pokemon, I don't know, Poliwhirl, stuff like that. Anything that's rounded, it's like, oh, these aren't eggs, like, you know, a few Pokemon run into the same problem or something. But yeah, they'll be looking for eggs. They'll see who's gonna be getting the most or whatever. And I think, I'm just gonna say it, I don't want Pikachu to win this contest. Alright, Pikachu has won enough. I'll just give it to Sudowoodo. Like, Piplup I like a lot, but I think like Piplup is gonna be like a lot of the funny parts with this whole thing. And the reason I think so is, well, I don't know, I really like Piplup. 1263. There is this section in the anime where, like, when Gible was one of his Pokemon for Ash, like, he used Draco Meteor, and the Draco Meteor just follows Piplup everywhere, and I don't know, that was like one of the funnier parts of the series, in my opinion. 1264. So it'd be funny if, like, I don't want to say, I don't know what the right term is, but I don't want to use the term butt of the joke, but, you know, the funny comedic aspect of the short, it would be Piplup. You know, maybe he keeps running into stuff, any round Pokemon in the world, and it keeps getting triggered or whatever. So yeah, Sudowoodo would win. Pikachu would be like, dang, I was close, you know, I could have won, but I was helping out baby Chingling or something. And then Piplup just has absolute 0 of them, or whatever. But yeah, all the Pokemon decides to share what's inside the eggs, and it turns out to be, you know, candies and peeps and shit like that. It would be cool if, like, in this short, that whatever represents the peeps, like the bunnies and the chicks and stuff, Baneri clearly would be, you know, the bunny in this portion, that would participate in this event. I don't know about the little chick. Maybe a shiny Torchic would be pretty fun, because isn't he like yellow or something? I don't know. So maybe those two would represent Easter. And then like a shiny Lopunny would be like the main Easter bunny. But yeah, they open these eggs and they could eat the candy inside, and they will share it to Piplup, and then Piplup feels better. Something like that. I think that would be a nice, you know, holiday special that would make it really, really neat and stuff. And so far, I mean, that's the second time I added a shiny for the short. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of want to make Veneria shiny too, but if we're gonna have Lopunny as a shiny, then I don't know. I mean, I guess that's fine. Yeah, fuck it, we'll make Baneri shiny too. But yeah, we made shiny Ho-Oh in the Thanksgiving one. And we didn't say anything about Halloween, like if there is a shiny or not. Maybe a shiny Ghastly or something would be kind of cool in that. So something like that. But that's what I suggest. I think Easter would fit, you know, pretty closely enough to Pokemon 10, because I don't know, something about it makes sense in my head. I don't know, I'm not really sure what the real reasoning is, especially that there's like the space-time tower. There's something about it that seems kind of churchly, and like Easter is kind of like a church holiday, kind of, but not really. I mean, it is technically, that's what it's based on of, but you know, when it comes to all this, interesting enough, yeah, that's kind of what I figured in my head. We still got Valentine's Day and St. Patrick's Day, and 4th of July, but I don't know why Japan would celebrate that. And I was considering like doing other holidays as well that, you know, obviously America doesn't celebrate. So like Chinese New Year, Kwanzaa, shit like that. But I don't know too much about it to, you know, make a special comfortably without like going like, oh, that's not how they celebrate it or whatever. You know, maybe a future Hanukkah. It just depends how many of them are. And hopefully when I watch a short on my own time, it's not like, you know, unaired or something like that, because eventually I'll try to find Pokemon 3D Adventure, Finding Mew or whatever, because I know it's not going to be all that, like, I don't know, it's the first time they're introducing 3D. That was around the age where Spy Kids 3D and all that stuff, like, you know, was being tested upon, and you know, it's like what Fairly Odd Parents made fun of. It's like, oh, you mean this is in 3D? Yeah, it's stuff like that. But yeah, it's pretty neat nonetheless. Yeah, I'll think about all the other holidays, but like all the ScarKnight holiday specials, I'll throw in a shiny Pokemon. So yeah. And again, we're always gonna have like certain, you know, certain things with the shorts that is gonna be reflective on other shorts, like, you know, Pokemon singing, Pokemon misunderstanding, Pokemon crying or whatever, Pokemon racing, Pokemon swimming, Pokemon scaring each other, shit like that. In these shorts that they'll have common themes of. Yeah. I don't remember fully what the Camp Pikachu one was, but I just remember it not being all that great or whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it when it comes to what I wanted to talk about. I was saying earlier that I've been trying to, besides watch that, I watched the pay-per-view over the weekend, and I'm trying to binge watch Twisted Metal, which is like the PlayStation game on Peacock and everything. Because I'm gonna cancel my Peacock subscription because I only have it to watch wrestling. And so yeah, I've been trying to binge watch it, or else I'm gonna get charged by like the 6th. So I have to like watch as much Twisted Metal as possible. And I mean, I like it so far. Like the first 3 episodes I'm in, and I'm gonna see how many more episodes I can watch. So when I get the chance, I'll watch one episode, review the stream to see if I missed any Eevees or overcounted or undercounted them. And yeah, I just go from there and just hope for the best. But yeah, I think once the egg hatch, and then I get the egg stuff, or actually, yeah, no, after, shit, I haven't decided yet, because I only got like 1 Thunderbolt left. Yeah, after the Thunderbolt usage, maybe until after the egg hatches, we'll end off the stream. Because, yeah, my family relatives, they got the day off because it's Labor Day and stuff, and they're probably waiting on me because they showed up an hour ago, and I think they were wondering to watch something early or whatnot. So I'm spending time with family, but tomorrow would be more of a regular day. We'll record and then stop roughly around 5:45. Who knows? But it so far has been a pretty lucky-ish day, Eevee encounter-wise. I haven't run into any shinies, but I kind of, you know, I'm not really seeking out for them or anything. But yeah, I mean, that's it for the most part. So hopefully, whatever comes first, it's either the egg hatches or I ran out of Thunderbolts. I think I still want to run out of Thunderbolts, then do the Pokemon Center thing, but then run into, you know, my egg hatching and all that. I don't know. I want those 2 checks to be check marked. You know what I mean? But yeah. But for Twisted Metal, I'm not familiar with all the characters. I only know Sweet Tooth only because of basically Sony All-Stars, and that's literally it. Like that's all I know of it, pretty much. And it looked like there was a person here a second ago. I didn't even see it, but yeah. But yeah, that's how I know about Sweet Tooth. And he's like strong for no reason, and he could easily fight Kratos. I guess that's his rival on there. I don't know why Sweet Tooth is as strong as he is. I'm pretty sure Kratos would win every time, but in Sony All-Stars, I guess they're rivals, and they're the ones to go against each other. And Death Battle also did like a matchup between them. It was, or not between them, but Sweet Tooth versus Joker is what I mean to say. But yeah, in the games I have no idea what any of the other characters are. I don't know if there is a John Doe in the games. I imagine that the cop is in there in the movie, right? That Officer Stone or whoever, he's more likely in the movie, or the games. I don't know what the one girl's name is yet. Like John Doe calls her quiet, like that being her name because she refuses to say her name. I'm pretty sure her name is Raven. I could be wrong, or like Silence would be a pretty good nickname for her too. But yeah, I imagine she's also in the game. I just don't know if John Doe is. He probably is, because he has like a certain car. He has like a car named Evelyn. But it's interesting. Every time I see this character, I just keep thinking of Falcon. But I mean, I don't know. Had this show came out first before the movies, you know, I think he's doing a good job, nonetheless. The fucking CEO lady that's in the movie, she's not the best actor. Like, when she was acting, I'm like, it could use some work. That's just my opinion, though, on it. But yeah, I won't spoil anything else pretty much. Just, you know, there's just a CEO of San Francisco that's not a very good actress. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know where the story's going. I don't even know. I never played Twisted Metal. I always thought it was just like a destruction derby racing game or something. I don't know what they're doing it for. I don't remember like what Death Battle I talked about when it comes to Sweet Tooth. I don't know what the goal is. It apparently is post-apocalyptic, if I could say that word right. But yeah. We're nearing the end of the stream nonetheless though. I didn't do as much promotion as I thought I would do. And I would have run out of Thunderbolts to, you know, feature a little bit more stuff. But yeah. Let's see here. Nonetheless, Pokemon Xenoverse, Day 22 is gonna come up. And like I said, like credit to the guy that, I think his name was like Alter Ego Pokemon, except it's like PKMN in Reddit, for letting me use the Mega Hawlucha in the thumbnail. I don't know what I'm gonna put in the thumbnail tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna put the regular Pokemon, to be honest, like Chansey or something. Cause yeah, I clearly ran out of ideas to put. Unless I put like regular Hysteric or something like that. Considering I put the shiny form. Yeah, we could put it normal Hysteric, but that would be kind of boring. I kind of want to do Chansey next. And then hope that eventually I get shiny Chansey. Cause I already put all the Eevee variations and such. Unless I give Eevee a hat. That'd be good. I also want to give a good indication on what episode, if I ever catch the retro Eevee, like, you know, to show that off. To be like, this is the episode that I caught it, or whatever. Should I spoil it? Should I give an indication for people that watch the VOD? It's like, this is the one of the episodes that I caught it in? I don't know. I haven't decided. Maybe I should ask, tomorrow or something. Cause that'd be a good question to ask. Cause I have no idea. One of these days, like I thought that Friday I'll be able to do 2 movies, but it's all good. I got like, what, like 13 more movies to go to talk about. So we got time if we don't find Retro Eevee. It'd be kind of a shame if I'm like in mid-story and I'm still not finished with the movies. It's like, well then what? Like when do I talk about the movies then? I don't know. Maybe in a different stream. Or maybe I continue shiny hunting until I'm finished with the story. There'll be like a time limit. I have no idea. It's almost a whole month. A whole month. Well actually, it probably is, right? No, August 2nd is when I started, right? I think Wednesday was August 6th. No, August 4th. I think it was August 4th. I should know this considering I made the video. I'm not sure. But yeah. Hold on, let me multitask and look at like if I have any messages. Okay, let's take a look. I still do feel a bit weird about training all these other Pokemon, but we finally got another Eevee in the books, Thunderbolt, and that might be the end of the thing, because there's a good chance the egg is gonna hatch like as soon as I get to the thing, to the Pokemon Center rather. But yeah, apologies for ending it a bit early, like at least a minimum of 4 hours I would like the stream to go for. But yeah. We shall see. Okay, let's just go back, and we'll wait till the egg hatches, and then after the egg hatches, then like we'll end off the episode. Okie dokie. That's gonna be the deal, and I don't know how close the eggs are. Hold on, let me see. And a level 45 with that. It looks like it's gonna hatch soon, so that's good. So yeah, let's run. Hold on. This could be hard to multitask, I feel. Because I'm like trying to press something at the same time doing this. It's a lot harder than I thought it'd be. Oh boy. I mean, I don't think I'm doing that bad, but shit. Okay. Sorry if I seem distracted, it's because I am distracted. I was taking a lot of my concentration and multitask. Don't you hate when advertisement pops up when you're trying to do something? Okay. Sorry. Let me take a look. Put that. Freaking imposter Gorochu, I see. Asshole. I wonder if I probably won't have like I think by the time I'm level 52 I don't think Rapidash X is gonna be ready quite yet. But Trishout would be. Well, I mean, like, you know, when I train up Trishout, he's closer to level 49 than anything else, to be honest, but yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Alright, that's one of the social medias. Let's check this one. And once the Zelle hatches, that's gonna be it for today's stream. So let's see if we could get as much Eevees as possible, even still. Okay, nothing on that one. Okay, nothing there. What about this one? This one always takes a while to load. And hopefully they answer the question about the whole Reddit thing with like the Eevee vintage thing, because I need confirmation that somebody else could also find a vintage Eevee. That's all I want. And it sucks that you know, I don't know, the mystery cup doesn't work and that you can't breed vintage spawns, which I understand, but like they're making it more and more difficult on finding these things. I don't know. These fucking pink grass things as well. Let's see here. There. That's about this one. Another Eevee. We did find quite a bit, actually, to be honest with you. Wait, did that say 15 Thunderbolts? Did I not attack the other one? I thought that, what the fuck? Hold on. Did I run away from that Eevee? 1265? Oh god, please tell me I didn't. I had like the Pokemon Center thing and I didn't. Huh? Please tell me I killed it. Oh god. I'm so close to level 51. Did I actually run from it? And don't tell me I counted it too. Bruh, that'd be so stupid. It's probably because I got distracted. Damn it, I hope that wasn't the case, because I noticed I didn't use the Thunderbolt. I'm like, what? That was after the Pokemon Center though. I think that was the second Eevee. I almost said Zygarde because I looked at the chat and it said Zygarde. Let's see here. We're almost at level 51 though. I do get a message. I don't see it. Oh no, it's not a message. Never mind. It's just a notification. Just a regular notification. Yeah. Okay. Oops. I need to do that. Okay. That's all the messages I can do. Alright, I'm off my phone officially. I got distracted again. Okay. For the next one, Pokemon 11, that's the Giratina movie with Shaman. Pokemon 12 is Arceus, along with Heatran, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Which I hate that they treated Heatran like if it's a regular Pokemon, because it's teamed up with fucking Bronzor, bro, or some shit like that. Like, if anything, Dusclops, or not Dusclops, I get Dusclops and Claydol mixed up all the time. Claydol and Bronzor feels like a good duo instead. Like, you know, them being both psychic types, and they're kind of always being kind of like, you know, a figurine of some type that would be in an ancient room. And then Pokemon 13, I think it's the Zoroark with the shiny legendary beast, which was absolutely dope. I love that they're legendary shiny beast and everything, and it feels different. It's a good indication that they're different and separate from it. And I know it would have been confusing too, like, you know, with the Mewtwo movie. That, like, for example, like the other one that is, I think it was the Genesect Mewtwo one, right? That one's like a female Mewtwo or something. And it would have been a good indication to make it shiny, or maybe like even a Shadow Mewtwo, just like there's a Shadow Lugia and such. It would be pretty dope. And it's still a good discussion even still, when, like, you know, what I mentioned before in the past with the other stream with the Blue Hat Gluck about tattoos and such, like what tattoo would you think would look cool on you? And I think that would be pretty dope. That Shadow Mewtwo, Shadow Lugia, Shiny Ho-Oh for sure. Yeah, there's a few out there. And like I said, it's a whole different question. It's not like, oh, what you think is the strongest Pokemon or everything, but like, what tattoo would you rather have on you? As we got our egg hatched, and that is gonna be the end of the stream, as we got ourselves Eevee yet again, as this is 97. 97. Alright. Let's go ahead and turn in the egg. But yeah, we'll talk about more about the tattoo conversation in the future. This is 97. Part of me just wants to find one more Eevee, just because, just for the shits and giggles, just so we can wrap up like the whole tattoo talk. Because there's not really much else to talk about, because I already talked about it in the past. Because if anything, it's all going to be refreshed. I'll bring it up if there's people in the chat, though, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like a different conversation, because it's not like your favorite Pokemon, or the strongest Pokemon, or the coolest Pokemon, or whatever. It's like, what would you have on your arm, or on your leg, or something like that. Because not everybody's favorite Pokemon is like, for example, you know, not everybody's favorite Pokemon that it would be like, it's a favorite for a reason. It's either sentimental or maybe they do like a cute Pokemon or a cool one or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, that's always been the interesting question and stuff. But that's for the most part. Either way though, if you are interested in a shiny hysteric, shiny nosepass, or the other shiny hysteric, just be sure to say hi in the chat below and let me know that you got Pokemon Xenoverse, or else how else am I gonna trade it to you. And once you know, have that settled down, because this is pretty much the end of the stream once I find one more Eevee, that you can literally claim it right now. And if you do want that shiny Pokemon, you can trade it to me with any other Pokemon that you have in Pokemon Xenoverse. It doesn't matter which one. Just let me know the nickname, and I will, like, quite literally go right now to give you that said shiny Pokemon. So just let me know, for the most part. I don't know why I decided to just look for the last Eevee and stuff. I just wanted to wrap up the whole tattoo talk, like if there was a tattoo Pokemon or whatever that one may have. Like I said, Shadow Mewtwo would be really dope, and there's like a few other Pokemon as well. But yeah, as we got our final Eevee here, and we could finally end the stream off. And then tomorrow we will be sure to, as we get 1266, tomorrow we'll be sure to start around the same time. I might start earlier, I might not, either 11 or 12 o'clock noon. I'm not sure yet, I haven't decided. But then after the fact, we actually will stop around 5:45, I feel like. I didn't do the full time in a long time. I don't know why I decided to go over to Pokemon Center. I wasn't ready for that yet. But either way, level 51 Gorochu. For the next time, we're more likely gonna complete leveling him up and such. But that is it for the most part. So if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games, and if you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, in the beginning of this episode, I'm gonna cut it out because like I had to do promotional stuff, so I'll be sure to do that. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 22. White Tigers and Dragons, see you, and you've been scarred by the night. I'm out!